but I'm just going to be speaking on key highlights, but we implore you to go and read the regulation. Okay? Because the regulation, I think among the many regulations we have encountered in this country, this regulation also serves like guidelines of itself, because it's giving procedures what you do at all stages. Okay? So if I start to unpack each and everything, then I'll use more than the time which is noted here. Mostly like 2 hours just talking about the regulations. But I'm given 30 minutes, and I hope to use 20 minutes to speak about the regulation. So, presentation mode. The government of Uganda developed the National Climate Change Act. Now, the act is I tell people that the Ministry of Justice, they are changing the nomenclature of most of the laws. They are taking them into chapters as opposed to the sections. And I think this is the issue which I wanted also to mention yesterday. The way you are quoting these things are changing now. You better update. You don't have climate change policy. It's called the National Climate Change Policy. I saw it in the group. I think the group number 1 is supposed to talk about it. So they are changing the nomenclature, not the content, but the nomenclature of how these sections are now turned into chapters. You may find out the chapters are shifted or upwards or downwards. And I think for our REDD strategy, we need to update that. So the regulations are coming to unpack what the climate change law is talking about. There is a section in the previous arrangement which talk about market mechanism. Now, where you see market mechanism, measurement of emissions, and reporting, okay? We have combined that into one regulation. They are existing in the law, but we combined them into one regulations. So these regulations were approved and gazetted and the operation. But the regulation, it has very many parts, but for purpose of this discussion, I'll be talking about the measurement of emissions, okay? The procedures for registration of verifiers and validators, the procedures to participate in climate change mechanisms on carbon trading in Uganda, the procedures for approval of climate change mechanisms, and then the ownership of the carbon credits and the authorization to trade. The rest are just schedules where you have to pay fees, etc., etc., etc. Okay? Next. So these carbon regulations are regulating all the 4. When you have the market mechanism regulation, it is regulating all the 4. Whether you want compliance, it is the same regulation. Whether it is voluntary, the same regulations. Non-market, the same regulation, and cooperative approaches. Okay? It depends on where you belong, but everything is within the same regulations. That's why all those regulations, as you see them, are applicable, but they are not casting stone. It depends on what type of carbon trading are you participating in. Okay? So the compliance, the voluntary, the non-market, and cooperative approaches are all being regulated into one regulation. Those of you who have seen that regulation, you will show them the regulation. David will show you the regulation, and the prof, you will show them the regulations. Now, let me just use this example. Here's the regulation. Let me use mine. You may have amended yours. So now, the regulation, they look like this. This is the bigger version. This is just an addendum. There was some bit of changes. So, and the sections are explained, but it's the same. So they look like this. By color, it has no political inclination. These are just market mechanism regulations. Next. Now, where you see the department, these regulations, there are so many interpretations of the regulations, isn't it? the department, so the interpretation in the regulation is the same interpretation as you see in the climate change law, where they see the minister, they have referred to the minister responsible for water and environment, who is the same minister for climate change. Where you see the commissioner, it is meaning the commissioner for climate change in Uganda. Don't just go to each and every commissioner, because there are very many commissioners in Uganda. So, but there's interpretation, there's a part for interpretation. Next. So, just back. In the climate change law, there is aspect of measuring greenhouse gases, okay, emissions. Now, the measurement of greenhouse gases is by two entities. One, by the REDD agency. The REDD agency, we are referring to government ministries, departments, and agencies, but including the local governments are also referred to as REDD agency, okay? And then the individual or the project proponent are the private sectors. Now, the REDD agency and the private sector are mandated to measure emissions. Okay? So what does it mean? That the section 10 of the Act, REDD agency shall measure emissions of greenhouse gases in accordance to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change guidelines for greenhouse gas inventories. That means that if I work with the Ministry of Energy, the energy person is not here. Maybe it's just delayed. It's not late, it's just delayed. Now, if I work in the Ministry of Energy, I'm supposed to measure all emissions related to energy sector. And I have what we call the mini or the sectoral GHG in the energy sector. It means that even the private sectors that are doing business in energy, isn't it? When they measure their emissions, it should be reposted in the main ministry responsible for energy. That's what it means. Whether it is energy from extractives, whether it's energy for cooking, energy for what, and all that kind. The Ministry of Agriculture must have a mini GHG, isn't it? Looking at all emissions coming from agricultural operations for government and the private sector in the country. That's what it means. The Ministry of Water and Environment, the Forest Sector Support Department, and NFA, in the arrangement, they should know all emissions associated with forestry projects and forestry in Uganda. That's what called the mini or the sector what? Greenhouse gas inventories. They have to measure, meaning that whoever is doing a project in the forestry, okay, the ministry or the agency responsible for forestry activities will approve your baseline emissions, because that will be speaking to the national one. That's what it means. And the private and the project proponent, a project proponent can be a government entity and it can be an individual, or it can be a company. You are referred to as project what? Proponent. If you have capacity to develop your own project, you are still a project proponent. If you are a company like Chijani, isn't it? You are also a project proponent. NFA can decide also to develop what? A carbon project. They are also project what? Proponents. So project proponents who wish to undertake climate change mechanism project will estimate emissions or reductions of greenhouse gases and determine the net emission for a period of the greenhouse gases they are targeting. And this will be now speaking to the baseline. It is the responsibility of the project proponent to determine the baseline and estimate emission reduction depending on the project period. And that report, therefore, will inform what goes into your PDD, the project design document, and the feasibility study. And it will create what called the baseline, the yardstick for measurement of what? Emission reductions as compared when your project was not in existence. Next. So, after registration, we have known that the project proponent, including the lead agency and others, have to measure their emissions, isn't it? And they are responsible for establishing the baseline and estimating the emission reduction depending on their project periods. Now, the another section is about registration of verifiers and validators. The verifiers and validators, Moses, when I was in this room, I said they are registered internationally, isn't it? By various standards. But when you come to do business here in Uganda, you have to get a permit, okay, to do your verification and validating exercise. Now, all of verifiers and validators that will be contracting to come and support you have to be registered with the Commissioner for Climate Change Department. And they will be given a certificate of registration. It means that we are not the one verifying them. It is the international standards, okay? But when they come to do business here, they are required to register with the commissioner responsible for climate change. What will the commissioner do is to check with your registration credentials, with your international standards. If it is still okay, you have no problems, no revocation, no what, they register you here. If you have issues that side, there's automatic disqualification here. As simple as that. Okay? Now, the procedures for registering, the fees for registering is prescribed in the regulations. I want to move very fast, isn't it? What you need to register is prescribed in the, like a proof of accreditation with UNP and other standards, evidence of proof of payment. Now, in the regulation, there's what we call the payment schedules. Yeah? The payment schedules, how much you pay, how you pay, is behind these regulations. Okay? But all verifiers that you are going to contract have to be registered by Commissioner, Climate Change Department, and they are given a certificate. Okay? Next. Now, certificate of registration of registered verifier is the commissioner which gives that. You make an application using registration number 4 within 21 days working, the receipt and issuance of the application with certificate of what registration. The commissioner shall, upon issuing the certificate of registration, verifiers enter the details of their verifiers on the register and database, which shall do what? Then the validity is the registration will be valid for a period specified in the proof of accreditation by the commissioner. Now, if you have 10 years under gold standard, you'll be given 10 years, isn't it? But when you do manyanga, you know manyanga, these things, and you are disqualified from international verifiers, it also disqualifies you here automatically. So in simple terms here is about giving a permit for you to do work here. We know who is working on what here. Okay? That's what it means. Next, it can be revoked and reasons are given here, isn't it? There's revocation. It is not automatic that once I have it, it will be forever. When there is something which is not straight, there is revocation. That's why you see, the verifier violates any national law, it can be cancelled in simple terms. The verifier obtained a certificate by misrepresentation. If you don't give true information, and at a stage you find that you cooked the information you used to apply, it can also be cancelled. And many others. Okay? Then the renewal of certificate, a verifier seeking to renew a certificate of registration shall apply to commissioner. Okay? You may wish to renew a certificate, again you repeat the same process, you apply to the commission. Many people have been coming to our office asking, do we have verifiers in Uganda? I want to use our Uganda verifiers. Me, I'm not sure whether I have verifiers. But you go to these standards, you will find names. You know what I'm talking about. And there are Ugandans there also. Okay? But don't say I'm a Ugandan, therefore I don't need to register with commissioner, already a Ugandan. And I have a national ID. No, that's not going to work. For you, consider to be an international person. Okay? Now, what about participation in climate change mechanism? Everybody who is willing to participate in climate change mechanisms must express interest. Okay? You have to express what? Anybody who wants to develop a carbon project is required to express interest. That's why you say the project proponent who wishes to participate in market mechanism before you commence or implement any project, you have to express interest to the minister. Here I'm repeating, don't express interest to Mohammed, to Commissioner Climate Change, the Permanent Secretary. That is wrong address. You shall receive and look at it. Okay? Anybody who wants to do a carbon project and you expressing interest is to the minister. Okay? To the Minister of what? Water and Environment. Don't even say the Minister Beatrice Anua, to the Minister Cheptoris, to the Minister Aisha. Those are their names, but the minister is an office, isn't it? Because the senior minister may not be there, but delegates any of his junior minister to serve in his capacity when he's away, isn't it? You express to the minister. Now, when you have done your expression of interest, it's of course required to tell us your name, your contact details, because we have to assess you. The legal background, the geographical location where you want to do your project, where your project is, and there is a form in this which requires you, which information you need to provide, okay? When you're expressing interest. It is in this regulation. That is form number 3. Next. Other requirement that all project proponents will have to submit the project idea note. There is form number 4 here, which specifies what you should put in your project idea note. Okay? Now, consideration of the request of participation, it is the minister, once the minister you submit your request, the minister will take about 20 working days to respond to your request. Now, some people are going to ask me, but for us who have submitted a long time ago, the minister has not responded to our request. That one we are going to discuss. Okay? But it is within 21 days that the minister responds to your request. In case the minister needs additional information, the minister will write to him. Please provide this information. That's why some of you are being delayed to get what you want, because your application is not complete or the minister has a question mark somewhere. Okay? Provide this, provide this, provide this. And once the ministers need additional information, you are given 7 working days to provide that information. Don't say that the minister has 21 days, for us we are given 7 working days. Okay? In 7 working days, provide additional information. The minister, upon certification, being certified with what you have provided, will issue a letter of no objection to go ahead and develop your carbon what? Project. Now, some of you, when you are asking to participate, you ask the minister, we are requesting for a letter of no objection. That is wrong. You are predetermining what you want. Isn't it? For you are expressing interest, the minister might give you or not. It's the minister who gives a no objection. Isn't it? So the minister will give you a letter of no objection. Now, in simple terms, the letter of no objection, it is not telling you that you go and start to implement the project, go and start to trade. No. It is telling you to go and start to develop your project. That's why it is requiring you to put feasibility, to put PDD, stakeholders benefit sharing plan, isn't it? You get the Asia certificate of environmental assessment, is it? If it is required, if it's not required, get an exemption letter from NEMA and stakeholders consultation. That's what a letter of no objection is telling you to go and do and prepare. It is not telling you to go and start trading. Nor is it telling you to go and implement your project. Okay? This is what it is telling you to do. Go and put those necessary what? Documentation. The minister may refuse to give you a letter of no objection, and where the minister refuses, give you reason why you are not giving. The validity of letter of no objection is 24 months, isn't it? And then the letter of no objection can be cancelled. It is not cast in stone. If I find out that Mr. Warugembe cooked some information in the application, it can be cancelled. And then there is the progress report. When you are given a letter of no objection, okay, for 24 months, those are 2 years. Every 6 months, you have to report on progress of execution of the letter of no objection. How are you faring in terms of putting the feasibility? Maybe PDD, stakeholders consultation, isn't it? The benefit sharing plan, because these are what? The conditions for you put in the letter of no what? Objection. So every 6 months, the minister is required to put a progress report. And the failure to put this progress report there are penalties, and some of them is imprisonment if you are an individual. So don't ask for the sake of asking. You may go to the neighborhood of the Ministry of Water and Environment. You know the neighborhood. So don't ask for the sake of asking. And why the minister requires a progress report, we know very well they are brokers in carbon business. Somebody wants to lock out a place for 2 years. You have a letter of no objection, you're going to do work, but you are looking for money, you are not reporting, and nobody can be assigned that place to work in. Isn't it? That's why the minister needs that progress reporting. And if you don't give, is aspect of imprisonment or fine of 500 carries, or both. Next. Okay, now, what happens if my letter of no objection is expiring and I need additional time? You can extend, isn't it? But when you're asking for extension, please ask for extension within the validity of your first letter of no objection. Don't wait for it to expire and then you ask for what? For extension. Now that one is that we are repeating afresh if it expires, isn't it? So if you know that it is about 3 months to expire and you need more time, please submit in an extension. Now, it cannot be extended 2 times. It can't be extended 2 times. That is also some bit of information. Now, the next one is approval of a climate change mechanism. The first one is request to participate. That's why you get a lot of no objection. Now, when you are given a lot of no objection, it tells you to do those things which I've told you. Prepare this document, do this document, do ABCD. When you are requesting for approval, you are merely requesting to start to implement your project now, isn't it? And what you attach on your approval are those documentations that we have been told to go and prepare during the no objection. So you bring your feasibility, then you bring your project design document, the PDD, evidence of stakeholders consultation, the benefit sharing plan, plus others, okay? And the request for approval. The request for approval is to the minister. Don't write to anybody, okay? Recall I told you, validators are requesting from commissioner, isn't it? Participation to the minister. Approval to the minister. Now, when you provide this, there are forms in the regulation that you have to fill in. These forms are already in the regulations when you're asking for approval. And you bring the business plan, you bring a letter of recommendation from the REDD agency. What does that mean? If I come from a new forest company, isn't it? And I want to develop a climate change project as a proponent, I will do the feasibility, I will do the PDD, I will work on project benefit sharing plan with evidence, okay? I will do the Asia, but importantly, we need a recommendation letter from the REDD agency. The REDD agency is the agency where your project is subscribing to. If your project is on energy, bring a letter from the Ministry of Energy. If your project is for forestry, bring a letter from Ministry of what? Responsible for forestry. If it's agriculture, the letter from Ministry of what? Agriculture. And you may be required to bring more lead agencies what? Recommendation. Because I told you that even the districts are lead what? Agencies, isn't it? Now, we always warn people of the local government. Moses, do you mind if you stand up? When you give a recommendation letter to a project proponent, it means that you have accepted each and everything they are presenting in their project design document. You have accepted the feasibility, the PDD, how to share, ABC. That's what it means. So a letter of no object, a letter of recommendation letter is not merely that letter you are seeing. You are recommending something that you must know. It means that when you are doing your feasibility, engage stakeholders who matter. It is also important. That's what it means. If they come anywhere to get a recommendation letter, it means that the technology, the area, everything you have approved as REDD agents, that you're okay with it. Don't say, but we did not see this one. For us, that's why in the climate change department, we can't proceed without a letter from REDD agents. Okay? So that's what it means. And it's really very important. Okay. Now, when the minister is satisfied with your application and they have assessed, now those documents are technically assessed. Okay? If there is additional information, the minister gets back to you. In your PDD, you have not estimated emission reduction that are going to be being annual. You get it? Your PDD does not show evidence of stakeholders consultation. Does not show issues to do with stakeholders benefit sharing. You just have list of stakeholders listed, but you are going to be operating on people's land. You have to sign agreements with them. That is the evidence. So the minister can come back to you, evidence here, evidence there, evidence here, evidence there, and also do diligence about you. Now, when the minister is satisfied about your application for approval, the minister will give you an application for what? For approval, basing on what you have submitted. The validity of that application is commensurate to the implementation period of your project, specified in the PDD. If your project is 20 years, it means that the letter of approval given to you is for 20 years. If your project is 90 years, the letter of approval given to you is 90 what? That's why that one, the minister takes some bit of time to scrutinize the approval process. So, once you are given this approval, you cannot transfer it, sir. It is you. It is for you. Don't say, now I'm getting out of business, then I can sell to Professor Patrick Biakagaba because I have this approval. Let Patrick come and repeat the entire process. Yes. What if you die? What if you die? When you are an individual or next of kin, there's always next of kin. But what I'm trying to say, if we give a letter of no objection to company X, that company X cannot say to company Y. Okay? We should know who we are dealing with. That's why the legal documents are important. I told you here when you apply. So the letter of approval, it is the same as the letter of no objection. They are not transferred. It is for you because we are assessing you. Who are you? Do you have data games? Where have you been? Have you ever done this and this? And then you say, okay, now they have assessed me, I'm clean. Now I'm transferring all this to this one. It is impossible. Okay? Next. Now, the commencement of the climate change mechanism. So, if you are given a letter of approval, it means that start implement your project. A letter of no objection, go and prepare. A letter of approval, start to implement what? Your project. Now, within 12 months, okay, after receiving a letter of approval, commencement of the implementation project activities is expected. Okay? Don't just sit there with these things. And then the project proponent, in the 6 months of the commencement of the project, will notify the minister in writing that we are commencing our what? Our project, isn't it? Now, if you have not commenced with the implementation within 12 months, it is automatic disqualification, cancellation. We are avoiding making others stuck. Okay? You are not the only one who is interested in working in that area. Okay? So when you're going to start implement, notify the minister in 6 months that we are doing our implementation. We are notifying the minister. But the minister is expecting within 12 months. After being issued a letter of no objection, you should start to implement the project. Where the minister has not, where the proponent has not commenced the implementation of the project within 12 months, the minister shall cancel the approval. Isn't it? Is that okay? Next. Now, this one I'm going to summarize. Progress reports under approval is supposed to be sent to the commissioner, or the progress report on how you are implementing your projects, isn't it? You send them to the commissioner. But the monitoring report in bullet number 2, that one is required to be done by the project proponent, and that monitoring report is sent to the minister. And failure to send that, it goes back to the neighborhood of the Minister of Water and Environment. Imprisonment, or you pay fine. Up there's no fine, and you send it to the progress report of implementation of the activities is to the commissioner. But the monitoring report, this is where the minister is now trying to look what they are baseline emissions. Are you reducing or you are not reducing? Isn't it? Depending on what you submitted. It is a requirement that you send that one to the minister. And it is mandatory. If you don't report, that place there. Or fine. The fine is already in here. The regulation. Now, when there is cessation of the climate change project, a project proponent who wishes to cease to carry out the activities that, in my language, we say, I no longer, isn't it? Yeah? Who wishes to cease out, you will notify the minister that I'm unable, I cannot proceed with this thing, isn't it? You have to notify the minister. If you just cancel without notifying the minister, and that's why they get to know that you are not in the business and you have not communicated, again, it is what? It is a crime. And all crimes in there, they have penalties associated with them. You will see them next. Now, the cancellation of the climate change maker approval, it is the same, isn't it? For aspect of like failure to commence within the 12 months. It can be cancelled. Non-compliance with the conditions of approval. Okay? When approval is given to you, it may come with conditionalities. Because projects are not the same. Some of them will be affecting human health or environment or etc., isn't it? So if you don't comply, obtaining information using misrepresentation or fraud, where it is necessary to protect human health, the minister may intervene. Okay? But this one is a special case because it may be, for example, where you see under public interest, isn't it? Like you have been given all these approvals, but the government has interest in that area, then the government have to sit with the developer and see how they resolve. Where compensation is required, the government compensates. Where substitution of the area is required, you sit with the government and agree. But there are those cases you cannot rule them out in terms of public interest. Okay? So, etc. Can you continue? Validation of climate change mechanism. The mechanism will be validated for a project proponent of climate change mechanism shall, upon receipt of the approval of the mechanism, submit a document relating to climate change mechanism to a registered verifier. That's why the verifiers are registered from the word go. Now, if I'm the proponent and I have received the approval, I get my approval processes, okay, or credentials, and I share with my verifier. But when you're sharing with the verifier, ensure that the verifier is registered by the commissioner, isn't it? Now, when the project proponent submits, and then you, the project proponent, shall submit to the minister the validation report in accordance with the approved project document. Your verifiers will verify, isn't it? And then after they do the verification, they will submit the verification reports. Because those verification reports are for your standards, okay? But you also submit the same report to the minister, okay? So you get it from your verifier, you as a project proponent, and you submit that on to what? To the minister. So it is not double report. The report which the verifier does for you and send it to your standard is the same report that you give to the minister, because it is speaking to your project design document. Now, the verification of emissions, the proponent shall submit to the registered verifier the monitoring report referred to in the regulation number what? Number 24. So that means that After the proponents has done all that verification, the proponents then submit to the registered verifier the monitoring report. Upon receipt of the verification report from the registered verifier, the proponent shall submit a copy of the monitoring report and verification again to what? To the minister. Is that okay? Next. Issuance of emission reduction units. A registered verifier shall, on behalf of the project proponent, because he's working on your behalf or she's working on your behalf, shall behalf of a project proponent apply. Now, this situation is going to avoid your verifier again to steal your what? To take your responsibility, isn't it? Now, that's why the verifier does on behalf of the project what? Proponent submit this to the standard referred to in the project design document for issuance of the certified what? Emission reductions. And if that is done, the standard to which the verification report is submitted shall issue the project proponent a certificate of certified what? Emission reduction. That certificate not to be given to the verifier. The verifier is just acting on your behalf. And then registration of the emission reduction that the proponent shall, upon receive the certificate of emission reduction, launch a certificate to the minister for the purposes of inclusion in the register, in the balance sheet. That this has come in, this has gone out. Okay? So that you avoid the double counting. Clear? Next. Now, who owns the emission? And this one, I think I saw something in your report. Who owns the emission? This has already been clarified in the regulation. Emissions can be 100% owned by a project proponent. That is if you are developing your carbon. Isn't it? You are the one planting and you have the technology to measure, everything is yours. But in an event that you have farmers, I'm just giving an example of forestry. You have farmers who own the resource, and you as a project proponent are bringing your technology. Now that is double ownership. For us, we don't define. You have to sit and agree. Then in your plan, the beneficiary plan, you have to indicate, and in the PDD, the ownership of the emissions. So the circumstances will rule out. The work of the department is to go and verify. Is it what you have agreed? I'm just giving that example. Who owns emissions? If I develop my emissions and I have my technology, isn't it? My emission reduction project and have my technology, it means 100% is mine. But where you find people that they go to farmers, they have not planted, but they go to farmers, organize them, do this and this. The farmer, they own the resource. You own the technology, isn't it? Now, agree on the sharing. And we shall not rule out for you. You will come. Our work is to go and verify, is it what we have agreed? So, a person who owns the source of emission reduction units or emission reduction mitigation equipment or technology owns the emissions reduction units. Okay? Now, where the person owns the emissions, the source of emission reduction units, but does not own the emission reduction technology, the ownership of the emission reduction unit shall be stipulated in the benefit sharing what? It is between you, you go and agree. But now, while agreeing, try to be transparent, because this will affect the credibility of your emissions. Should anybody come and say that this is not what we have agreed, problems. Don't only go to the chairman or C5 to talk to people. You go and talk to people. It's not the farmer. Don't use LC1s to sign on behalf of people. They're not the farmers. Because the verifiers will come to every individual what? Beneficiaries. And if there is denial whatsoever, problems. Okay? Don't use the high-level people to try to do your things here and there. Because this business is what? Transparent, isn't it? And it affects the quality of the credits that we are generating. Okay? Okay. Transfer of verified carbon emissions. Now, there are two levels of transfer. There's international transfer and domestic transfer. Okay? There's international transfer and domestic transfer. Now, when you're going to make any transfer, please notify the minister within 30 days. Okay? And what you put into that is that information that the minister wants you to indicate. Okay? I'm transferring. My transfer is domestic or it is international. Isn't it? Eh? The proof of registration of the certified emission reduction, if it is international in that case. Particulars of the person or a country to whom the transfer is going to be what? To be made. etc, etc, etc. Now, where you are going to do a domestic transfer, you don't need authorization from the minister. You just need to put a report to the minister that I have transferred ABCD, isn't it? You are reporting to him that I have, or her, I have transferred from Senyonga Limited to David Limited, isn't it? That is domestic transfer. But when you are going to do international transfer, that one you need authorization from the minister. Okay? Next. Now, first wait, where you see underlining, in case emission reduction units that are transferred internationally or internationally for the purposes of meeting our country NDC or in the commercial arrangement of aviation, that one will attract corresponding adjustments and fees have to be paid. Okay? All right? Next. The thing is not getting. Validity of authorization. There is cancellation. That I'm not going to repeat that one, isn't it? Everywhere, there are question marks in the case of any fraud found within and failure to meet the requirements, isn't it? All those steps. Now, in these regulations, there's what we call general information. But before I go to general information, let me answer the question which have not been asked. Yes, let me answer the question which has not been asked to me. What about the ongoing projects? People always ask me that. If you are implementing a project ongoing, okay, and that project is not part of the CDM, because the CDM projects, government knew them and gave them letters of approval to operate. Isn't it? But we are aware that there are other projects that have been ongoing, but they are not part of the CDM and have never received any letter of approval from the minister. Those that have never received any letter from the minister to implement, we are aware about them that they are there. They have to repeat this process afresh. Okay? If you have your feasibility studies already done because it's an ongoing project, the beneficiary, everything, please keep on submitting requests. For you, you'll have less time, isn't it? To do all these things. I have been implementing my project, but my project has never been known officially by government, isn't it? So, request for participation, request for approval, and the rest and the rest. The beauty is that if you have been implementing these projects, you must have had your feasibility already, maybe your PDD. If they are fit enough, request submit as they are. If you know that you have to adjust, you have to adjust them, isn't it? Now, for those that have been implementing under CDM arrangement and they got a letter from the minister, those are given a grace period between the time when this suggestion was approved up to December 2027. Like a transition from CDM to Article what? To Article what? To Article 6. Okay? That question is often asked. What about this arrangement? We are aware, I'm repeating, we are aware there are projects that have been implementing and running, but they have not been official. Government does not deal with rumors. Isn't it? Yeah? So government has never given them any letter. So government doesn't know your existence in simple terms. So this regulation apply to you, isn't it? The process. But there are those that government has approved in the CDM arrangement, and they just need to be transferred to Article 6. Government give them a grace period. up to 27 December. Up to. But if you are ready, you can start now. Okay? Now, in this regulation, there are general information. The register of climate change, we shall do a register for our register, isn't it? And whoever willing to access the register, there are procedures there. Okay? In the regulation, those who want to access the register, there will be procedures. That's why you say inspection of the register and the compliance of the existing what? Projects. That's why I'm talking about the compliance of the existing what? Projects. Next step. There is schedule. Schedule 1 is the currency point. Okay? How much do I pay as a verifier? How much do I pay for approval? You don't pay, you do not pay money for requesting to participate. That one is free of charge. Okay? You only pay money in these areas. Verifiers will pay. When you are coming for approval, you will pay. Authorization, if it is international transfer and it has issues, there are fees that will be, okay. Those are all payments, isn't it? Yeah? And those who want to access the register, they will have to pay. And the fees are supposed to be. Okay? Then even those that default and they have to pay penalties, the fees are also what? Yeah, you can pay penalty and you also can also go to zero. Or you can pay those 5 kinds. It depends on how the court will rule out, isn't it? Now, schedule number 2 is about forms, which I've been talking about. The forms are all here. What is it that I'm going to use, isn't it? Where is form 3, form 4, form this? Those forms are all what? Are all there. Okay, and the fees which I've talked about, the fees are what? Are there. Okay? Those are schedules. My last one. In these regulations, I've not mentioned. It is a two-way. It is not you who are supposed to be penalties and all that kind. In case where the commissioner is given responsibility, you know where? Eh? You know where the commissioner is given responsibility? Where the commissioner is given responsibility is for verifiers, isn't it? Eh? In case the commissioner does not do his part very well and you feel that you have to take the commissioner on, report the commissioner to the minister. You launch in your case the minister. Now, where the minister has responsibilities and you think that you are not contented, take the commissioner to high court. I mean the minister what? Where the minister is given responsibilities and you think that the minister has not done it very well and you want to take on the minister, take the minister to high court. Where the commissioner is given responsibility and you think the commissioner has not done his or her responsibility, take the commissioner to the minister, take the minister to high court. It is in the regulations. Now, there are other things which we have not yet done. Okay? We have gazetted the regulations, but there are certain things that we are trying to build. In terms of operationalization, we need to train the local government their responsibilities. The project proponents, their responsibilities, those are who wish, isn't it? The private sector. We need to train the public their responsibilities, because that's what will create what? Transparency, okay? We need, right now, we have not put the register for the country, but we are in the process of developing it, okay? Now, what we have done is we are using the international register. We have written to the UNFCCC to accommodate us as we are putting ours. Okay? Register, I'm talking about the register. We are in the process of putting the register, but in the meantime, we wrote to UNFCCC to accommodate us. There's that window, okay? As we are putting a national one. Okay? And lastly is about the fees. The fees, the minister is engaging his counterpart in the finance and the URA to create those platforms where payments will be made. And URA is very fast because this is about collecting money. They will create very fast. Provided the two ministers agree, then the URA can even in 2 hours create and say, let them put here. For the fines, for verifiers, for all those, you get it. So I wanted to mention that, but the regulations are available. You can read. I have not gone through everything. I was requested to give highlights. Thank you. Don't ask me questions. I told you well.
Thank you.
On a clarification, not questions.
Okay, I see so many hands up, but we are also cognizant of time. So we propose that as the questions are being raised, please feel free to pick a cup of tea so that after the reactions, we go into the next presentation. Let me see those that have. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Simon Chiza. My question is, are these forms available on a digital platform that is functional? Because you may find that most of the would-be verifiers are not or are not able to physically come and deliver the form or do the manual way of doing things. I have noted most of the government agencies, yes, they would have a digital platform. However, half of that platform is non-functional. And where it's functional, at least there is some loophole somewhere whereby you have to have this human interface. With the problems that we've been having as a country, where the human interaction is concerned, we tend to find challenges in having services delivered, despite paying all the official fees that have been paid, that have been prescribed. So on a platform or in a system where forms or things that are supposed to be done have got to be done the manual way, we may find ourselves not progressing as fast as we should. So my question is, are these forms available on a digital platform that is easily accessible remotely and payments can effectively done without any questions that this is a payment that I'm supposed to be paying and of what value? Thank you very much.
Okay, let me respond that one quickly. I think as you see the conclusion, we are trying to operationalize this, including the digitization, not only payment, but also the access of those forms. We are working with where is David? Here. You know GGI, eh? Green, Global Green Growth Institute. We are working to digitize this so that now you fasten the process of people accessing this information and the utilization of this, but also deliberately, like what Commissioner Bob did mention yesterday, our website is right now under maintenance and upgrade, but we intend to create a menu that will only be speaking to market mechanisms, that the information market mechanism can always be from there, including these forms as they are. We shall be extracting them. And importantly, we want to do what we call packaging. What is it that I have to do and what is it that I need the resources when I'm doing requests for application, isn't it? Which forms do I do? It's easier to be extracted is what we plan to move into that direction, the digitization.
Yes, thank you. Patrick Iglot is my name. 2 areas I need your clarification. When you started presenting, you kept mentioning 2 terms interchangeably, a verifier and a validator. As you progressed, the validator disappeared, the verifier remained. I'm wondering, are these 2 different things? And if they are, what does each of them mean? Then 2, about transfer of carbon credits, I need a bit more light about it. Under what circumstances, for example, does someone transfer? Yeah.
Okay. David.
Thank you very much for the question. The difference between a verifier and a validator. When you're developing a project, you're required to come up with a project design document. The project design document details the initiative, it details the estimation of the emission reductions and the methodologies used to measure those emission reductions. Once you have developed this, you're required to submit it to a standard, but also submit it to the climate change department. So what the standard would do, it will send a third-party entity, what we call a DOE, designated operation entity, to check whether the development of that document aligns with the specific requirements of that standard. And they will send you a report. In so doing, they would have validated that document, that it is in line with the requirements of the standard. Now, when you get a go-ahead to implement the project and monitor over a particular period of time, so after 1 year, you're expected to also hire, as a project developer, an entity, which is also a designated operational entity. It could be the same entity, it could be a different entity, to check whether in the implementation of the project, you followed the protocols that were agreed upon. And at the end of the year or two, or a specified period, they will produce a report that will show whether you're compliant or not. So after implementation, what they do is to verify whether the actual implementation of the project is in line with the project design document, as well as the requirements of the standard. So both processes are required within carbon project development. So government would want that designated operational entity to register. That's what Commissioner was mentioning. But also, if it comes to play a role of verification, they should as well register with government, whether it's the same entity or they are different entities. But in most cases, it is preferred that you use 2 different entities to avoid conflict of interest.
So in simple terms, Dave is saying that validation is a process and the verification is a process. Okay? The people who do, if I come to validate, I become a validator. If I come to verify, I become what? A verifier. That's why I said it can be the same entity doing validation at a certain process and doing verification at certain what? Process. At what stage do we then transfer? It is upon you when you think that you have generated enough credits and you are ready to sell, isn't it? Eh? Then you keep on coming. You can come 1,000 times, provided you think that you have enough to put out there to trade. Yeah, it is moving out of your process and you are selling it out. Anytime that you feel that you have enough to put out to the market to transfer, to trade them, you come and ask for authorization.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Michael Tebere from Kijani Forestry Limited. I'm seeking clarification on the relevant lead agency. Simply because in the course of developing my project...
There is a hand.
Hello? Yeah, in the course of developing my project, I deal with various agencies. When I start doing my tree planting and growing, I'm working with farmers who are in the jurisdictions of 30 or so local governments. As the trees are growing, I am dealing with Ministry of Water and the Environment because the forestry is in that area. Since it is agroforestry, I'm also dealing with Ministry of Agriculture because this is agroforestry in there. When I'm harvesting these trees and carbonizing them to form charcoal, I'm now dealing with the Ministry of Energy. So all these are now lead agencies in the course of the development of these carbon credits. What I seek clarification on is this. Wouldn't it be infinitely better for me to deal with one letter of recommendation from the ultimate lead agency? In this case, I would say since we are now the final product is the carbon credit, we deal with the ministry within which the climate change mechanism sits, so that I now have one letter of recommendation. To support this argument I'm making is that in the process of my development, all my activities, we have designed them to be traceable. I can trace the carbon credits back to this charcoal, to the trees, all the way down back to the farmer we started with. Since that traceability system is clear and accountable, I am asking that we clarify this and make it simple for me, so that instead of looking for 30 or so letters of recommendation from local governments, 5 or so letters of recommendations from different ministries, I deal with one letter of recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. Is it in relation to that? Different. Okay. Let me just, the Ministry of Water and Environment, Climate Change Department will never and ever give you a recommendation. Okay? We are the referees. Okay? But you can get a recommendation from the ministry, from the line department dealing with forestry. Now, the reason as to why we need the recommendation, that's why I said that it can be one or it can be multiple recommendation. No, the business you are dealing is lucrative and sensitive. That is number one. The ultimate goal for you, why you are saying that, you're only looking at the end result of generating carbon. But the credibility of your carbon is assessed across all these environmental, social, and everything. So if you skip a local government to get a recommendation, isn't it? Think about the validation and the verification which will come. Think about ownership of your project. Okay? Now, when it comes to agroforestry and agriculture, I think Commissioner Bob, you need to talk about that. Which ministry is responsible for agroforestry? Because for us, what we need, for example, if the product you are going to be doing, because agroforestry can be considered to be additional environmental responsibility that the community can benefit out of your project, which is aiming at generating the carbon credits. It means that you are looking at the tree now as the product. So which government entity is responsible for that resource we are going to generate what? You get it, eh? Because agroforestry is a practice, you know that? We have foresters here, isn't it? You may decide to do it this way, do it this way. Now that practice is what MAIF is looking into, isn't it? But the resource which is generating the trees and the species recommended and everything and how they do is these people who in what? In the forestry that guide and they are responsible for that. So we would not ask you for a recommendation letter from what? Agriculture. We're asking for those who are responsible for the resource which is generating what? Now, when it comes to local government, even if you have 100 of them, ensure that they have approved your project. It is so important for you, beyond even us, it is so important for you that they have approved your project. Because at one time it will catch up with you. If they deny ownership, they deny participation, and you have to identify them as beneficiaries. For example, how do you identify them beneficiaries when you are not being part of them? You get it, eh? That's why I said that it depends on the nature of the project, but look at your project, it may attract more than one what? One recommendation letter. It may attract more than one recommendation letter. It depends on how your project is structured. That's why the minister has a leeway to ask for additional information. You may bring for 1 and 2. It is good, but may say, oh, these are key stakeholders in this. If they don't recommend you, if they're not okay with what we're going to implement, it may have some bit of issues. That's why even the issues of cancellation is also talking about if it has health-related things. Read the regulation very well. So all of you are not required to bring the same recommendation letter, but where you have multiple lead agencies. I told you lead agencies are government entities and local governments also what? Lead agencies. Be cognizant in that direction.
You're spot on, Mehdi, on the source of the credits. We'll determine where you get the recommendation later. Agroforestry is well, the ministry is leading of water and environment, our department on agroforestry, but we can't deny the fact that agriculture is important for the implementation of agroforestry. So you're spot on. There is carbon pools that people are not talking about. Soil organic carbon, for example. Nobody wants to go there. Everybody wants to go for other things. There is peatland as well. So we have to to think a little bit wider than we've been thinking, such that we can maximize our potential as a country. So
Bob is saying your PDD defines who should give you a recommendation letter. Because should you dare to put that you're also going to use carbon in the soils, isn't it? Then you are attracting another pattern. You get what I mean? So your PDD really defines.
Yes. Do we have any guidelines on pricing of the different entities? Just guidelines for somebody who is ignorant about the patients.
There are some people online have forgotten. Now, do we have guidelines requiring on pricing? We don't have guidelines on pricing. Because the pricing, they keep on fluctuating. That's why you who is developing your project, you know the standard that will treat you better, isn't it? Yeah? So that one which will treat you better is where you go, isn't it? Yeah? And there are no specific pricing now. Everything is about estimation. It will increase, it will reduce, increase, reduce. But it depends. That's why it's called a business. Take your business where you're going to benefit. Remember when Mr. Bob was talking about art trees? And I think Pauline Nantongo yesterday was asking, should we also go for art trees? Isn't it? But Bob clarified that that is just a mechanism. You say, okay, if you package ourselves like this and this, maybe you can benefit better. Let's move in this direction. So it is a business. You only take it where you're going to benefit.
Yeah, to add, as Commissioner mentioned, the prices are driven by market forces. And as he rightly mentioned, as a project developer, you choose which standard, under what standard you're going to develop your project. The cost of development are different, so you may want to factor in those, but also the quality of the credits in terms of their integrity, in terms of whether they have corresponding adjustments or not, will ultimately determine the price.
But when you do your PDD, is one of the things that we assess. You have to estimate the price. So that will also engage you very well to pay government's portion. You have to, if you don't estimate the price again, we say provide this information. There are people online, I'm told, but let's first do this one. Moderator, apologies, when you are discussing the market mechanism, you see the problems now.
Thank you so much. I have two concerns. The first one, when you are trying to explain about who is a validator or verifier, you are kind of individualizing. So I would like you to throw more light on who is really a validator or verifier, because the regulations are also silent about who includes a validator or a verifier. Then secondly, in order for one to qualify to be a verifier or validator, do you also, among the qualities, do you also consider the period one has been in operation, or as long as you have fully registered and you qualify, you have all the requirements, you are easily accredited to be a verifier or validator?
The last point is that we don't have period. We are not looking for experience here. Provided you are registered with any international standard, isn't it? As a verifier, even when they registered you yesterday, that means that they have assessed you and you have the capacity to do, isn't it? We don't look for experience, okay? Now, the regulation is not silent on who approved the verifier and validator. We say that verifiers and validators are approved by the commissioner, the one who gives them certificate. So they apply to the commissioner, okay? Now, when are you called a validator and when you call a verifier? when you have come to make validation, like David explained, yeah, to validate, isn't it? Okay, there you can be considered to be a validator, isn't it? So when you are doing that business, you expected that you have already a certificate of registration by the commissioner. When you come, that people have implemented their projects, isn't it? They have had credits and they are about to put it out there, isn't it? And you hire somebody to help and come do verification. The DO what? The DOE, isn't it? There you can be considered to be what? A verifier, because you're coming for verification what? Verification process. You get it? So it depends on the process. But both of them, if you are only coming for validation, you are called a validator. If you are coming for verification, you are called what? A verifier. But both of them are registered by what? By the commissioner. Now the case is, can I register as a verifier and validator at the same time? It is possible. It is what? And don't wait to register because you have gotten a business in Uganda. If you think that you have to have your certificate ready, anybody who hires you, you say, I'm already registered in Uganda, I can work. Don't wait to get business and you register. Or you can wait to get business, somebody's engaging you and say, go and register, isn't it? So it is a two-way. All right?
I wanted clarification on who includes a verifier or a validator. Is it like, for example, a group of farmers, can they come up and say, we want to register to verify as well?
Can a group of farmer? Okay. Logically, it is not possible. Logically, but it depends. I can also be a farmer with my expertise. You get it, yeah? So, who can be a validator or a verifier, isn't it? Now, that's why I say, let me just illustrate this. Internationally, there are standards, isn't it? They are structured bodies and experienced, isn't it? And they are looking for people who have expertise to do carbon validation and verification, isn't it? And once you want to register with them, they take you through a rigorous process to assess whether you can do that, isn't it? If they confirm that you can do that, they can register you with their standard. Now, if a farmer has the capacity to do that, assessed by international body, okay, or a standard, and they think that this man has the capacity to do all what we want, then they register you there. Eh? They put you on their list, isn't it? So anybody who's looking for verifiers under gold standard, for example, just go to that list and say, okay, there is Amber, there is Patrick, there is this and this, there is this and this. So that international body must have access to you, the capacity you have. If you don't have capacity, they can't register you because you kill business for them. Okay? So it's that what the commissioner look at, say, okay, you're already being assessed and you have the capacity. So when you come to register, you come with the proof of registration of any standard. And then they register you here. Okay?
I think we can have online people first.
Online people, the moderator is saying online people first.
Yes. Finish.
Am I the only one online? I don't know. Online hand, should I go?
Pauline, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for a very informative presentation. And I just had maybe one request for clarification. You said we are going to be using the UNFCCC registry. I'm wondering whether it accommodates voluntary emission reduction certificates. But also in the same vein, it's not very clear to me because some of us do sell our credits internationally. Oh, okay. Some of us sell our credits internationally, but they are not for NDCs of other countries. They would be contributing to NDCs of Uganda. But having said that, that sale requires a recognition that these certificates have been made possible by an entity X or an entity Y. My camera is not cooperating. An entity X or an entity Y. So I don't know in what category we fall, because they will not be transferred. Our credits are not transferred into another country's registry. But in turn, so I don't know whether that constitutes a domestic transfer, even though the buyer is based in another country, or is it considered an international transfer, even if it is not going to leave Uganda's country registry, as it were, because it's not going to be used for any compliance purpose on the other side. So I'm a bit unclear, but then I also wanted to just one final one, which is just when you were explaining the owner of the credits and you talked about technology, I think one of the things that was missed is that forestry is actually a technology. So the farmer is actually an 100% owner of the credits, because he's the planter, he's the owner of the land, and he's also he's also the one implementing the agroforestry technology, and he designed the technology, but it depends, I guess, on the schemes. But an example of where someone owns the source but is not the inventor of the technology, for example, is the cook stoves project, where benefit sharing arrangement takes place. So I also just wanted to highlight that actually the farmer who is implementing an agroforestry technology, which is a known technology that is not trademarked, licensed, is actually 100% owner of the credits. I'm sorry, oh, it's finally cooperating. My camera was not cooperating. But yes, I just needed clarification of that transfer, whether those kinds of transfers are considered domestic or international, even though they're not leaving one country to another country, although at standard level, the mechanism is that they are leaving one account to another account. Thank you.
Robert, you are raising your hand. Are you responding? What are you doing? Okay. So Pauline, thank you very much. Actually, we are able to see you. There are three things that you have asked. Let me start with the transfer. Any transfer which is going international, you need authorization, even when it is not going to affect the other country's NDC, but a transfer which is leaving our registry into other country, that one is considered to be international. So it needs an authorization. The domestic one is when Pauline Nantonga and the company is transferring to David and the company domestically here. That one doesn't need any transfer. I mean, doesn't need any what? Doesn't need any authorization. You do it and you just notify the minister that I have transferred this to David. But if David is going to transfer whatever he's doing out of Uganda, okay, it is affecting our register, then that one is considered to be international transfer and it needs authorization. That in case that transfer is going to affect now our NDC, isn't it? That's now when it attracts what we call the corresponding what? Adjustments. So this is what it is. Now on the technology, that's why the technology bit, the regulation leave it what? Leave it open for people to agree. Because you can consider agroforestry as a technology in terms of agriculture practices, but when it comes to emission reduction measurement, it may not be a technology, for example. It is just emission reduction, isn't it? But in the measurement, it may not be a technology in terms of measure. Now, the person who brings the measurement bit on how to measure and all that kind, now may be done owning what? The technology. So it depends on how you define the technology. But this technology here is in relation to measurement of emission, okay? Measurement of what? Emission. That's the technology that we're talking about. So agroforestry can be a technology or is a technology but in agriculture setup, isn't it? Because I technology, but it itself is not measuring emission. It is reducing, generating emission, but not measuring what? Emissions. So that's why we left that one, the two parties to now agree on that front. The other question, I'm yet to check, maybe if somebody has a question here. Does the UNFCCC, I need to double check, does it also file the voluntary units? Somebody is shaking heads, maybe not. David, mention your name.
Yeah, thanks very much, Pauline, for the question. Based on the at the recently concluded SBs, the UNFCCC presented a version of the international registry, which was voted by them at the request of the parties, following decisions made in Baku. And the international registry was meant to primarily track 6.2 transactions, because what used to be the CDM, now the PAC, has its own registry, the mechanism registry. And the request of the parties before was that there should be interoperability of registries. The Article 6.2 registry, the mechanism registry, and the domestic registries where they exist. And like Commissioner mentioned, countries that are yet to develop their registries, because it is a capital-intensive process, they could use the international registries in the interim. So the 6.2 registry does not take into account the VERs. It is a compliance regime, so it does not capture emission reductions from the voluntary carbon markets, because the VCM has its own registries, and all the credits that are issued, as well as those that will be transferred under corresponding adjustments, have now been captured. At least for the gold standard registry, they have a new menu that captures which of these VRs are correspondingly adjusted, depending on what countries are provided for. So as countries vote their registries, they will capture the domestic registry that government wants to develop, will capture the VERs, all of them. But in terms of interoperability, the international registries will not, unfortunately. They will only capture the 6.2, or those that are transferred as a result of bilateral cooperation, or the 6.4 emission reduction credits that are eventually authorized and transferred as ITMOs. Also, those are going to be captured, as well as those that were previously held in the CDM registry. Cooperative approach.
David has provided, you were at SB 62. Okay, so that's first-hand information. That's why I said I need to double check. But that one necessitates the importance of developing the national what? The national registry, because the international one of the UNFCCC is interested in those two, the 6.2 and the 6.4. The cooperative approaches and the compliance. That's what they are interested into. But I think necessitates us to develop our own, which track all these forms of units that we are trying to trade, the voluntary and non-voluntary. Moderator, I'm done. Can't we have Bairato? Is it benefiting the entire group?
Definitely, yes.
Okay, you ask.
Yes, thank you so much. Mr. Commissioner, you rightly speak to and keep referring to the agricultural sector, the forestry sector, the transport sector and the built environment. How best do I relate these regulations to my actions so that I can also benefit as now this time around, of course, we are giving the transport sector is attracting either identification with the carbon issues, because we emit as related to other things that are related with the built environment. But we don't have many actors responding or asking many questions around this, because probably they don't feel at the moment that they are given priority. I think most priority is going to forestry, agriculture, because that is evidently, easy to access at the moment. But we are looking at how do we bring on board also the other stakeholders, but also maybe sectors, so that they can be able to relate with this conversation. Thank you.
How we are able, it is between me and you to bring other sectors on board. But most importantly, sometimes we are driven by IPCC categorization of sectors. For example, when we talk about transport, what are you reducing in transport? If it is energy, you get it, that we are going to reduce emissions from the consumption of the diesel and everything. That project may be considered under what? Energy, but the practice is transport. You get it? The same for building for everything. Buildings for energy, building can be even for materials. That's why sometimes it's used under IPPU, yeah? Industrial product and product use, how we are doing it, is it? It can be used the energy are going to use in that building again and all that kind. But what I can say, that the regulations are regulating all these portfolios, the way you say them. It depends on which angle you are coming from. You get it? It depends on which angle you are coming from in terms of the reductions of emissions. And if the reduction is the energy in the building, you will see it as energy what? Energy, it depends on the angle you're coming from. But it is open to all these categories, provided the intention is reducing emission.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. And I will ask my question based on Omontu Awansi.
So, moderator, when you tell me to stop, I will stop, because I'm not the one.
That is the last question. And as we do the last question, I request the IT to load the presentation, the next presentation.
Yes, I'm asking for and on behalf of Abantu Awansi, who are very, very many in this country. And Abantu Awansi, small unit, we hold small land units, and we would like to participate in this carbon trade. The bureaucracy around carbon trade, verifiers, PDM, project design, that is very complicated science for the Abantu Awansi. I'm seeing myself as Omuntu Awansi being sidelined in this carbon trade. I don't know whether you are seeing, Mr. Commissioner, yourself. I know you are Omuntu Awansi as well.
Okay.
How do we go about Abantu Awansi really?
So there are two elements here. Do you appreciate that even when you are Omuntu Awansi, there are steps that you cannot skip in developing carbon projects? Do you appreciate that? So that's why in this regulation they have said it can be a project proponent, if you read it very well. Can it be an agency? Can it be an entity? Can it be an individual? Isn't it? It does not stop anybody to develop a carbon project so that you can meet all these requirements. You can be an individual, you have all the resources, you can develop. But in an event that people do not have the technical capacity, this is where us and you have to come in and to train. But one thing to note, there are very many people who are calling Bintu Bawansi have been saying, may I have my 5 acres of what? 5 acres, just an example. I want to develop my carbon project. Then you say, okay, it is okay, welcome. You have to do A, B, C, D. And doing it is not by you. Even your pocket can do it if you have money. You get it? Even your pocket can do it if you have what? If you have money. So the element here is that we are to tell the people what it is required to develop a carbon project. Those who are interested, because we are thinking about courses that can be short courses that can be used for training people in understanding the whole process of what? Carbon project. But you know too, some of them are what? Are specialized. For example, Omuntu Wawansi, like we say, how are they going to start now computing the emissions? How are they going to start putting their estimation? Isn't it? Yeah? And the reduction. So these are some of the areas that put them what? Put them off. So that's why we're saying that if there is a project proponent who can now consolidate these people into groups and having a big mass of land that can generate enough carbon for them to sell, isn't it? Because it is a business, we have to appreciate that. I'm not going to come and do two people because we are willing, but I'm generating something small and nobody's going to be attracted to buy it, isn't it? But if you can put people into clusters and there's that willingness and they work with the person and they develop that regional or area project, it is also something which is what? Which is very welcome. But nonetheless, I say that most of these procedures, they will go technical and the Umuntu is very difficult to understand. So, but what we are trying to do here is that what are the benefits and what are the issues that, what are the benefits that a person who is owning small pieces of land can get out of this what? This carbon trading. And most especially trying to introduce them, like when you go to train them on issues to do with sharing, because we're talking about equity in sharing, what are their responsibilities and what is their take. But while opening for this, you tell them the process, what it takes. Those who have capacity, they can continue to venture in this, but I'm telling you, there are certain steps that are not going to skip because you are Muntu Wawansi. It is what you have to do. So ultimately, what we're focusing on as government right now is to work with the private entity and civil society organizations to try to create awareness about carbon trading and what is the roles and responsibility of these smallholders, isn't it? So that now when the experts cannot teach them 100% without knowing what to do. But it doesn't stop anybody if you have the capacity to go into the business. But it will be very difficult in terms of technical, but in terms of what? The financial resources which are required for those verifiers, validators, and all that kind. But if there is a better suggestion to help them, it is welcome.
Who is the class monitor? Hamba is disturbing the commissioner. I don't work for government directly, but I thought I could maybe weigh in a bit in addressing the question that Gast raised. I said directly. I don't, because we are civil society. Academics are civil society. That's why I can say anything, while for you, you have to be very cautious. I think what we probably need to appreciate is how did we get here? I don't think Mehdi and his team had all the time and resources to work on regulations. There must have been something that could have pushed them to have these regulations. And we got here because of the Paris Agreement on climate change. That Article 6.2, 6.4, and 6.8. Countries agreed that they needed to be transparent on their contribution towards mitigation. So if somebody is going to buy your carbon quietly, your credits, and they want to declare them as genuine or credible credits, there has to be someone who will confirm that these are genuine. When I say quietly, I mean the voluntary market which we've been dealing with. And the only person they can trust to verify or to give you an endorsement of your credits is government, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on where you lie. So that is the spirit. As we discuss this, it's the market that is demanding that the government has to intervene in verifying or in providing credibility to our credits. So what we can ask government, who is represented by MEDI here, is to make it easy for Gasta, who claims to be the Muntu Awansi, being at the lowest level. Muntu Awansi is not visible on Google. If I put your name in Google and I see you featuring, then you are not Muntu Awansi. So if we can make it easy, the short courses you are referring to, the kind of things TGB does, EcoTrust, of consolidating credits, mobilizing small-scale farmers, if you can have arrangements of making it easy for the small holders, then we shall not look at this as a barrier, but as something that is facilitating us to access our usual markets, which are voluntary for the small-scale landholders. I thought I could just raise this such that people don't look at MEDI as a constraint towards carbon trade. Thank you.
And I think that's why I was saying that it's really more, we tell them what it takes, but also disaggregate where does Omutuansi come in here. So that now you disaggregate these messages depending on the responsibilities. But Omutuansi, if you have capacity to do everything, you get what I mean? Again, nobody is stopping you, but what the focus right now is what Patrick's saying. What do we need to do to ensure that actually the Omutuansi is not cheated? Let me just use that language. Effectively participate in the business they understand. They know where their credits are going, isn't it? So that effective participation of Omuntu Wawansi is in most cases going to be demonstrated in the benefit sharing plan. And when you go to them, I think all of you, is about the aspect of equity in the benefit sharing plan, but they only understand this when they know all these processes which I've been talking about. That project is adjusted like this, they go through this, because sometimes the investors tell people that we invest a lot of money, but somebody's making, what are you investing really? I have my trees, isn't it? I have my thing like this. They don't know that these people pay for verifiers, pay for validators, they put money in the PDDs, they put money in the feasibility study, in technology. Now this person may not know that this person also puts in what? A lot of money. Now when they are talking about the sharing, this one is taking 90, this one is taking this, this and this. Now this person may not also look at it in that direction. But again, it's not that person who's the investor who understands all this. You cannot negotiate effectively your benefit when you don't know the subject matter or your benefit. So this is now the focus. I think I and you should be focusing to help the what we call the Muntu Wawansi. And more so that's why you see when you submit your document, government have a leeway for you are given a letter of approval to go and validate and verify. Okay? We are doing some bit of cheats. Again, issues will rise and then we tell you to clarify and figure them out, fix them out. So be as transparent as what? As possible. Moderator.
No, we cannot take on any more questions, but the commissioner is still around. You can please have a bilateral, otherwise we can spend a whole morning on regulations. I want to thank the commissioner so much. Before he goes out, please clap for him. And clap for yourselves for the active engagement. And now let me invite the next presenter. Albert, you're welcome to give us highlights of the revised trees documents based on what has just been presented. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. We are building on what has just been presented. So we are talking about the highlights of the trees documents, Uganda's current trees documents, and how they relate to the previous presentation in the National Climate Change Mechanisms Regulations. So far, I have to say that we have been talking on the previous sessions we've had. We have talked about 3 documents, 3 or 4. We've talked about the trees registration document. We have referred to the trees monitoring report and the plan of conformance. And we need to see how it relates to the National Climate Change Mechanisms Regulations. As a background, of course, we have these 2 important acronyms, ART and TREES. And TREES is the REDD Plus Environment Excellence Standard, which is a standard used to quantify, monitor, report, and verify greenhouse gas emissions and reductions and removals for REDD Plus activities at jurisdiction and national scale. So the trees is one of the about 8 mechanisms which are referred to in the National Climate Change Mechanisms and Regulations. So being one of them, we want to see how what we are reporting in these documents is aligned, because it is going to be required to be aligned with the National Climate Change Mechanisms and Regulations. So we can move on again. The ART is the architecture for REDD Plus transactions, which has been developed to promote environmental and social integrity and ambition of greenhouse gas emissions, reductions and removals from the forest and land use sectors at national and jurisdictional scale. The other thing, it has been used, developed to provide a credible standard and a rigorous process that will ensure transparency in the registration, verification, and issue of credits, and also to unlock the finances from REDD Plus activities by encouraging countries to undertake to deliver high quality REDD Plus emissions and removal credits. So we move on. So there are principles which have been put across for ART, one of which is to recognize countries with quantifiable emission reductions that result from slowing, halting, and reversing forest cover and carbon loss, and maintaining forest carbon stocks. The other one is to be consistent with the UN FCCC Conference of Parties decisions, including Paris Agreement, Warsaw Framework, and the Cancun Safeguards. And the other one is to embody high environmental integrity and results in the issue of emission reduction units. And then the other is to promote national ambition, and then to set crediting baselines for deforestation and degradation. And move to the next. So we need to look at the process for initial registration, validation, verification, and issuance, and see how far we've gone. But all these we shall consider basing on how far we've gone and also requirement of the regulations. The first one was the submission of the trees concept, which is reviewed by the Secretariat, and if there is a need for additional stages, this has to be rectified. Then the next one is the third stage is the approval once the concept has been submitted and reviewed and it is in compliance with the requirement, it is approved. Then the fourth and fifth stage is the submission of the trees registration document and then the trees monitoring report. We've been looking at these for quite some time, and this apparently is the stage at which Uganda is. There is ongoing review, and once they are approved, then there will be a selection of the validators and validation and verification body to confirm. And once it is validated and verified, then it is approved, and then trees registration and first issuance be achieved. Now, as far as Uganda's engagement with the leaf and art trees is concerned, the important periods are indicated. In 2021, Ministry of Water applied to join LEAF, and then LEAF uses the art trees standards. And during the period 2021 to 25, the country is trying to develop the documents which we have been talking about, the registration documents and monitoring report in compliance with these requirements. We can move on. So I don't know whether this will be seen in line with the, this is the picture, I think, of the concept, the art trees concept, which was submitted and approved in around 2021. Can move to the next one. The next one is the trees registration document. Again, this is where the country is, and this document also includes the plan of conformance. We will see how and why it should include that additional document. But as you go through these documents, the details of these documents has very many sections. But section 7 talks about the safeguards and how they are being observed. Now, in the line with the requirements, we've been hearing about the regulations, the mechanisms which are talked about. So each of these, we are looking at it in terms of how it considers, how it addresses, or it complies with the mechanisms. We must remember that the safeguards are 7 in number, and then each of the safeguards has different themes. The themes total around 44, and then for each of the themes, there are requirements. So we are trying to look at how each of these is meeting requirements of the mechanisms. For example, under the process indicator, for the previous theme which we looked at, where public institutions have made use of mandates, procedures, and resources to ensure REDD+ actions are designed and implemented in consistency with broader legal policy framework. For theme 1, there is a requirement in the last paragraph. You can see that specifically the assessor assessed the likely positive and negative environmental and social impact. So we have been talking about assessor. So where we talking about this theme, so it means that this document is related to the mechanism, the regulations which we have been looking at. We move on to the next one. This outcome talks about design and implementation of REDD+ action consistent with the or complemented the objectives of national and if applicable subnational policies. though it is not indicated, these documents are very big, but we are talking about the different, we can talk about the different jurisdictions. They have been talking about the stakeholders. So where the regulation requires dealing with the different stakeholders, this also has identified in the other sections. I want to believe we all have these reports. Because of the need to show you the documents in the state in which they are, they have included, we have even included the comments from UNEP. So unfortunately, but this is the plan of conformance, and this plan of conformance has also different sections. For example, the first section is the theme, the one where we are seeing red. The second one is the description of the safeguard outcome indicator. Again, these are given, they are standard, we not change them, but the parameters prioritized are the ones we have worked out, especially for, because what I didn't talk about is that the different themes have three types of indicators. We have the structure indicators, institutional, and then outcome indicators. Now, the outcome indicators, if the country was complying in every aspect, then the trees monitoring report would have been approved, the trees registration document would have been approved. But because there are areas in which the country is not yet clearly elaborating how it meets these safeguards, that is why we still have to address, to show, and of course the other thing is that the implementation, some of the outcomes are shown during the process of implementation of REDD+ activities. Before you start implementation, it is difficult to show that you are meeting these the requirements of the safeguards. So because of that, this document attempts to show that when implementation takes shape, this is how we address these safeguards. Now, again, this has been prepared, bearing in mind that the regulations are coming into force, and therefore it has reference to the regulations. So we need to look at all these documents and then see how they are linked together. We can move to the next. Yeah, this seems to be move on. Yeah, again, the same thing with the monitoring report. The sections are almost similar. The sections are almost related. The language which you use, one is like more or less the starting point, and then the other one is progress as activity takes shape. So that is the difference between the monitoring report and the registration document. So these documents have been, and of course will be, they have been prepared, bearing in mind that there are regulations which are coming into place, and they will be realigned in case there are gaps. I'm sorry, this presentation was not prepared by me. So, but we are going to have to receive another component and additional information from Mr. Bachika, especially addressing ownership. Mr. Bachika, please. Thank you very much.
Prepared by you. Please, the one on the IT, can you go back on the flow diagram of the VVB? I think it was the third last slide. We are trying to show you how the compliance or how we are respecting and addressing the Cancun safeguard is a process format. Like my colleague has told you, Albert, the country is finalizing 3 documents. One is a tree registration document. Tree, we said, is a standard. Art, we said, is the crediting program. So we also finalizing the initial trees monitoring report, and then the plan of conformances. So these are the 3 sets of documents. The technical assistance of UNEP is extending to Ministry of Water to finish. And I had in the morning, Commissioner, I think, and David talked about the VVBDs. Now you can see them, why they are critical. And like, you have been told, there has to be a validator. A validator validates the project, for your layman's understanding. A verifier, you verify a quantity, which is what? Emission reductions. Now, in the current procedure which we are having, one of the issues which were, you see, government was not certain in 2021 was who owns carbon. So that remained one of the process indicator which was still lagging behind. Now, the regulation which Commissioner, the Assistant Commissioner made the same as presented, government clarified, okay, on who owns what? Carbon. So when we are now feeding the plan of conformance, we are saying government here has complied. It has pronounced itself on who owns carbon in Uganda. But as you know, not every crediting program requires carbon ownership. Actually, most of the crediting programs had loosened that requirement because it was always so difficult. The second thing under this TA, which has helped us and what the regulation has answered, is the issue of equity. As you know, some of you who follow the clean development mechanism, once someone got a letter of approval, that was a bye-bye to government, because the government did not have any role after that. So you would go and do whatever you want. We have had incidences where communities sign agreements they can't read. I don't know how many of you who have been involved in land transactions. Imagine going to buy land in Amuru, and then the agreement is in Uganda. And these are realities we are in. I'm buying land in Amuru, but because I'm the buyer, I have to force you to understand what I want you to agree. And you who's receiving the money because you see you need the money, I tell you sign here. So these have been challenges which have been occurring in some incidences. Now, with the regulation, it is now a clear requirement. You have to have a benefit sharing what? Plan. There also, we highlight in the plan of conformance that equity there can be solved. Then the third, please can you go back? You come back. There was the issue of indigenous peoples. For some of you who, I think it was group 2, because we are trying to show you how these things are connected. And if we don't answer them, we are delaying our own carbon finance. Because whenever we don't complete these questions, we are buying more time. And remember, things are changing every day. So there has been an issue on how we engage indigenous peoples. Okay? And the issue of stakeholder engagement. Still, with coming of the regulation, there is a criterion in the regulation called the Sustainable Development Criteria, where still your project is assessed across a number of parameters. And that in one way helps also to highlight how you have engaged what? The stakeholders. Like also the SC said in the morning, you might need letters of recommendation from lead agencies. These are some of the evidences to put on table. Now you are doing what? You're engaging stakeholders, not even only the project beneficiaries. So one of the lacunas which is still in the room from yesterday, are we talking of special interest groups? Or are we talking of indigenous peoples in Uganda? Because Ministry of Gender, we hear, categorizes them as special interest group. International bodies, like the Convention on Biological Diversity, where they are, the IPF, Indigenous Permanent Forum, wants us to recognize them as indigenous peoples. But in the Constitution, there is a provision on affirmative action. Okay? Now, one of the dilemmas which the law did not ascertain, that is the regulation, was that core principle of indigenous peoples. But we understand that is beyond mandate of Ministry of Water. Okay? But it's still something we haven't solved. And even yesterday in the groups, this is one of the things we have not clarified. So we need to continue to brainstorm and see how best we really also respond on those two safeguards. Remember, under the Cancun safeguards, indigenous peoples are one of the stakeholders who happen to share two safeguards. I think that is C and D. The one on stakeholder engagement and the one also of how you engage in indigenous peoples. Okay? So that is just to show you how, as government continues to improve policies, laws, and regulations, the compliance with the standards also becomes easier. And in that way, we'll be able to trade effectively. Okay? So we will continue to encourage you. I'm told you are reviewing the forestry policy, and there are things in the forestry law which I've never seen light. But you might find that there are requirements in some crediting programs. So colleagues, we kindly ask if you have additional information from yesterday, continue to share such that we complete these requirements. Failure to do so, the reality is the 8.2? The 8.2 million tons of carbon we claim to have reduced. We might not be able to turn them into monetary value because we are failing to comply. I just wanted also to be clear on that one. For us, as Uganda, we have said, we have reduced 8-point-something million tons. That is you. But now, you have to talk to some people who have to confirm and say, indeed, you have reduced 8.2. Indeed, you are compliant with these provisions or these safeguards. And now Here is the certificate. You can be able to retire these credits. So we are just showing you how important your information is to help us complete this work. Other countries have moved fast, and small countries, Guyana is almost getting $500 million. Papua New Guinea, Vietnam, our own here, we have Ghana, Zambia. So why are we in Uganda moving slow? And as I wind up, I've been told that UNDP has shared the frequently asked questions. I think I've all received an email from Eve Nachinji. Yeah, she has shared an email on frequently asked questions on carbon markets. The knowledge on carbon markets is evolving the way the knowledge on NDCs is evolving. We never knew NDCs. What we knew was the intended national determined contribution. Today we are talking of NDCs, tomorrow we might even try and talk of a new animal. So we are in a learning world and we have to continue to engage. So Christine, I want to hand over back to you. You will have a bilateral time. So Christine.
Yes. Thank you so much, Robert and Albert, for the presentation. I don't know if we have people with need for clarity so that we can have like 3. Then we go to the next. Yes, Hamba.
It's not a question. I'm just trying to add value on the culture and indigenous people discussion. One, I think from the gender angle, they look at it as a cross-cutting area. But remember that the same office of gender holds the cultural ministry. It also holds UNESCO, the secretariat for UNESCO in Uganda. And I remember in 2006, there was a ratification on the cultural dimensions in regards to the indigenous people. And it was clearly, I think it was a ratification was signed to, and that's how the recognition, where the recognition and conversation about all indigenous groups, the 8 so far that are registered, are recognized in within that framework. But it's also very important that we recognize the Cross-Cultural Foundation of Uganda that is doing a lot of research in this aspect. So we could probably talk to them through Frederick in Sibambi. And we see how far they have gone with this conversation to basically clarify on some of these specific issues. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. Mine is just a simple contribution. Indigenous people in the UNFF are considered to be those earliest people of a particular place and their descendants, just like you see Red Indians and the likes, Aborigines in Australia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert and Albert, for the presentation. Mine is on the question is on the flow chart. What's the turnaround time from registration to issuance?
Let me start with my brother. Thank you for the compliment. Cross-Culture Foundation is looking at indigenous peoples in a cultural perspective. We are looking at indigenous peoples in a forestry perspective, but in a market. Now, the drivers of the market have put international frameworks that recognize indigenous people. There is a Masai project in Kenya, which was cancelled after global media. See, also this international media is becoming terrible. International media just fought, and then the Masai project died. 3 things for you to have indigenous peoples to be recognized. Governments must ensure they provide for them in their constitution. That's why we are not competing with governments of Brazil, Guyana, and others. They have clearly legislated, and they have these special lands for their indigenous peoples. That's why for them, when it comes to complying on forestry-related market projects or result-based payments, for them it is very easy. Okay? Our developing governments, especially in Africa, one of the lacunas we haven't done is to ratify ILO Convention 169. 169 is a convention which was discussed and negotiated to ensure that you recognize and respect indigenous lands. You and me today, we know why all of us are having bad nights with our families because of land. Okay? Now, the ratification of that convention is like the most prescription for you to confirm full engagement of indigenous people. Many of us have not done. But what now these bodies are asking us, show us what are you doing? That's why we are talking of a process indicator. In the meantime, what are you doing? Some countries are bright. I like Vietnam. Vietnam is wise. Vietnam said, for us, these are minorities, and we treat them minorities, and for forests, they have their special recognition as minority groups in forest. Okay? Now, for us, we are calling every one of you indigenous, isn't it? Jab, Baganda, Batolo, Bachiga, blah, blah, all of you are indigenous. I come to my colleague of Uganda Forest Association. The Aborigines are indigenous. Yes, that's true. And because they have that direct link on their land. Those countries have gone ahead to recognize them. You saw how the New Zealanders are suffering with their own indigenous people, even in the parliament. Huh? But what we're encouraging is, how do you show you are recognizing people who have this ancestral connection to forestry land? Okay? For example, I think you know the High Court case of the Batwa versus the Uganda. We pray if we get a ruling, but the problem, all of you don't want to attend these court cases, you don't support them. I've never seen anyone putting a T-shirt going to court to even attend their hearing. Me, I'm always in court fighting for my rights as a beneficiary. But we need to support these people, because if you can have a court ruling, even if it's a pronouncement, and they have those terms, even if it's a small declaration, which shows that maybe government should do this and this for these people, or government should expedite there maybe an affirmative action plan to show indigenous peoples and where they are designated. You know, those small things, those can serve as evidence. David, turnover time. These standards are interesting. They know compliance is difficult. The way we are seeing how complying with the these climate change regulations is becoming difficult. People don't want to leave comfort zones. By just telling people that if you have an old carbon credit, make sure that after 3 years, by the time 3 years are ending, it should comply with the climate change mechanism. Someone is already crying. You have seen how it has happened with the Succession Act. Some of you had sat on people's letters of administration. When they told you that your time is ending, everyone woke up now to run to renew letters of what? So the turnover time is not prescriptive. That's why they continue to support countries in compliance. Minimum, they encourage you to do this maybe 2 years, especially when you have come up with the initial monitoring report, because that is one of the key products. Remember, every time you submit a monitoring report, you are showing progress you are doing on the REDD Plus measures, and how you make sure that as you're implementing REDD Plus, this is how you are respecting the safeguards. So in the monitoring report, once you finish the monitoring report, plan of conformance, then these things are validated by the VVBs. I'm one of the happiest person to see verifiers and validators be required to register in Uganda. I think someone, or it was someone yesterday asked, how do we ensure that a verifier or a validator does not do things the way he or she desires? Some of them are biased. Some of them might be, like he's an activist, his rights, he's someone interested in so many rights issues. He fails to look at your ultimate goal because he has looked at a small thing, it penalizes you. Just like we have seen international media and international banks. For Barclays back to work in Uganda, which is ABSA, it had to register with Bank of Uganda. We don't care where you're from, London. Okay? That's the same thing. Even if you are an international verifier with the Vera, with the ART, with the SOCO, the law is clear. First register with Commission. And if you go ahead and you publish a report, yet you have not been registered, you spend, is it a year or 2? You spend a year or 2 in Ruzira. And the purpose of that was to ensure that whoever is coming also to do business in Uganda, respect national what? National laws. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert, and for the participants for appreciating the presentation and the responses. We are going to the next presentation, the next last session, which is on the draft report on non-state entities. Anthony, you're welcome to do the presentation and also proceed with the session for groups.
Thank you very much. My neighbor was worried because they said Anthony, and he didn't remember himself prepared to make a presentation. When he looked on my side, he said, okay, yo, it's you. A very good still afternoon or morning. I hope we are well. I'm worried that people have not officially stretched other than the informal stretching. Let's first stretch a bit. Do something that makes you stretch. I don't want to prescribe. I might break some people. Okay. We can resume our seats. Like she said, my name is Anthony Tugaineyo. I'm affiliated to the Department of Environmental Management at Makerere University. And I'm here to share the draft findings for the report on mapping non-state entities that are interested in acquiring high integrity emission reductions. When I was listening to what was shared early in the morning and also yesterday, this will just, supplement or bring in the Muntu Wawansi that Augusta was talking about.
at least we have non-state entities. And this goes as low as the individual farmer. Next, I need to know who is controlling so that I know where to look. Okay. Well, we shall look at this so we don't have to spend time, so you can go on. Let's first understand or remind ourselves. I know I could be preaching to the converted. We must be well conversant with what REDD+ is. So for this one, don't look at it as an acronym, but look at those as activities, because under the framework, the 5 are the different activities that you can engage in. So an entity can engage in reducing emissions from deforestation as the first activity, forest degradation, conservation of forests, or what some people call conservation of carbon stocks, then sustainable management of forests, and then enhancement of forest carbon stocks. So those are the REDD+ that anyone can engage in and trade in credits that result from any of those 5 activities. Then result-based financing. Here we are interested in results, okay? So where the funding or payment is linked to the delivery of pre-agreed results, okay? So the payment has to come after you have met or achieved the known results. It cannot still be, you can't come and change the results. They have to have been preset, okay? And of course, the results are subject to a third-party verifier or verification. It's interesting that we're now going to have these verifiers registered with us, okay? I hope we can still hear what I'm saying. Very good. Then the results-based financing schemes, okay? So here we add on the word scheme. So here we look at funding mechanisms in which financial disbursements are contingent on the achievement of a predefined result or performance indicator, okay? And it has to be verified. Then I also gave an interpretation of non-state entities. So here we are looking at individuals or organizations that are not affiliated to or controlled by the state, okay? So that's where most of the interest was focused. And then the high integrity emission reductions, because we've been hearing integrity emission reductions quite often. These have to be verifiable and sustainable emission reductions, okay? Or removals of greenhouse gas emissions, typically achieved through projects that are certified and meet specific standards. There are a number of standards that we've been hearing or looking at. So they have to meet any of those standards, okay? Ensuring that the reductions are real. Just a moment, let me finish that. You have to ensure that the reductions are real, genuine, they are additional, socially and environmental beneficial, and long-lasting. So we shall refer to some of these along the way, but I thought it was important for us to get a common understanding. Please. Well, REDD+, like I said, I might be preaching to the converted. It's anchored to the also framework that was agreed upon under the COP19. And this framework prescribed the criteria for developing countries to reduce and enhance forest carbon stocks, okay? And it's under that framework that REDD+ became result-based. So this enabled the provision of result-based climate finance payments in return of the measured greenhouse gas emission reductions or removals, okay? And like I mentioned, if you're under REDD Plus, you have to be doing anything around the 5 activities. Are we still communicating? All right. And we have, as we have been discussing, Uganda is preparing itself or has fulfilled most of the important requirements to be eligible to benefit from the result-based financing for the REDD Plus, okay? So we have the strategy, we have and the action plan, the National Forest Monitoring Systems, the Forest Reflect Emission Level Document, and the Safeguards Information Systems. So these are some of the documents that we require for us to prepare, and much more that Bachika was talking about for Uganda to be ready to benefit from the result-based financing under the REDD Plus. Please go on. So why was this study important? We are aware that the involvement of the different players in the carbon, business is more beneficial for the country. We don't want only the government to be involved, okay? So, and it has been found that these non-state entities play a crucial role in mobilizing resources, in being intermediaries, in implementing projects that can result into payments, but also being at the center of the innovations within the carbon markets. Before the government or the ministry developed a strategy for result-based financing, okay? But the review found some gaps within this strategy. And that's why we stepped back to first understand the kind of players within this result-based financing so that we inform the development of the strategy and the roadmap. Go on. So the study had 5 objectives, of course, with the overall of documenting the non-state entities that are involved in the production and scale of REDD Plus credits. So we profiled the non-state entities that are involved within the or interested in REDD Plus credits. Then we documented the existing results-based financing schemes. Of course, this was building on what had already been identified or documented. And then we assessed the challenges that are faced by these non-state entities, the Muntu that Gasta was talking about. And from those challenges, we prescribed recommendations that can enable us participate in result-based financing. Now, once we do all the 4, we should be able to inform the development of the strategy and roadmap for results-based financing. So I'm not going to present the 5th objective for this audience. Go on. So what do we expect from this presentation? For the first objective, we characterize all the characterization, looked at the environmental NGOs, looked at business firms, intergovernmental organizations, consultancy and legal firms. We looked at carbon brokers, indigenous communities. Of course, there is a debate of who falls under indigenous communities and all those different non-state entities. Under the second objective, can move on. Next slide. I'll skip the expectations and then continue, please, until the results. So for the methodology under the first objective, the study profiled these different non-state entities to generate the general information on them, what they are doing, who they are in terms of where they are located, the areas of engagement, the scale of investment. Is it small scale, medium, or large scale entities? The type of carbon market engagement, is it voluntary? Is it the regulated carbon markets that they are participating in or interested in? The area of operation, which region of the country are they operating, or are they operating at the national level? The sector, remember the sectors that are recognized under the UNFCCC. Okay, is it under energy? Is it a follow? Is it waste management? Or is it industry? Then the standard used, and then the source of financing. And that's what we took advantage of. I can confirm that the data collection is still ongoing, and that's why we are having the consultation engagement this afternoon. You can go on. The methods are still the same, but for the schemes, still we collected information on the general information, the sectoral focus. If it is a particular scheme, which sectors are they working in? Is it energy? Is it a follow? Is it industry? The type of market, carbon market, the targeted beneficiaries, because this is a scheme. So whom does it target? Then the scheme requirements or standards, the jurisdiction, and then the source of funding. Where does it mobilize its financing or its funds? Next. For the challenges, we were open to the different challenges under those categories, whether they are political, whether they are technical, market related, whether they are governance challenges, organizational policy, up to institutional, and made recommendations that are policy related, regulatory related, institutional, and operational related. Okay, so the first objective, I'm going to present what we found out under the profiling of non-state entities. That's a highlight of the kind of entities that are involved, but I'll go in detail under the next slides. So most of the entities that this list or this categorization has 76 non-state entities. And the majority under our categorization, we found that they fall under consultants. So these are involved, and then the other side, we are looking at their nature of engagement in result-based climate financing. So we have that the consultants, majority are involved in technical support, providing technical support throughout the carbon project cycle. So it could be in development, it could be in developing the project documents, it could be in validation or verification, so throughout. But also some of these are involved in carbon credit generation. So what we see here, members, is that these different entities actually participate in multiple, or they have multiple engagement. So you have those that are the non-state organizations that are mostly doing carbon credit generation, but they also have some of those that are providing the technical support. The documents before you on your tables have a detailed list of these non-state entities and the way they were categorized. Okay, so the nature of engagement has carbon credit, technical support, market intermediaries, financiers, and then the policy advocates. And we also have a description of what we put under each of those nature of engagements. Next slide. In terms of sectoral engagements, we have the 4 sectors that we categorize these non-state actors under: the energy, AFOLU, water, and then waste management. So we see that the majority are within energy and AFOLU. And again, we see that the consultants and the non-government organization, or those that were categorized under those 2 categories, are standing out. Of course, we have down where we have associations, religious organizations, civil society organizations also engaged in the different sectors as indicated. Next slide. In terms of the geographical distribution of where they are operating, when you look at this, we tried to map these according to the sub-regions, but it was interesting to note that the AFOLU, the non-state entities in AFOLU are spread around almost all over the country. Then we have the energy entities. Most of them report that they operate nationally. They're not limited to particular regions of the country, but it was noted that most of them are operating within West Nile, the Western region, and the Busoga sub-region. So that's where we have most presence of the energy non-state entities. Water, similarly, most of them, most report that they are operating nationally, but with a bias to West Nile, the Eastern Central region, that covers Busoga sub-region, but also the Acholi sub-region. The waste management, this is most of these were under the selected municipalities, the Alua municipality, Mbarara, Soroti, and Mukono. Next slide. Okay, the schemes. Let's hear from Scovia.
Thank you, Anthony. Can I please confirm that you can hear me? Can you hear me? Awesome. I'll take you through the second objective, which was to identify and document the existing result-based financing schemes. So the information that I'm going to share with you in the next slides was based on 19 schemes, and the details are also provided in the annex of the documents that are in front of you. Also to note that the list is still growing, so we look forward to your suggestions later in the group discussions. So just a brief overview is that majority of these schemes did not have any projects that are running in the country, but for those that were on the international schemes, there were about 5 that had projects in Uganda, and the first one is the Green Climate Fund, which had 17 projects. And just a breakdown of the 17 projects is that 7 are on clean energy, 6 of the projects are in AFOLU, and 4 are in financing. And then the Green Global Alliance has 6 projects in Uganda at the moment. This is based on the information that is provided on their websites. So it may change based on whether they have updated recently or not. So the Global Evergreen Alliance has 6 projects, and of those, 1 is AFOLU, and 5 of them are in energy. Then the Climate Investment Fund has 3, 1 in energy, 1 in clean water, and 1 in policy advocacy. And then Carbon Initiative for Development has 1 project, which is on energy. And then the Lowering Emissions by Accelerating Forest Finance, which is LEAF. Uganda is one of the 10 countries that has a proposal accepted. So it's not specific what project it was, but I know that there's a proposal that has been accepted. So on the local scene, we have the trees for global benefit, which is under EcoTrust. And then the next three, the clean cooking solutions, the productive use of renewable energy, and the off-grid solar products is under the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, and it's a PPP. So it's a public-private partnership that I'm going to expound on a bit later. Next slide, please. Okay, so in the grouping of these schemes, we categorize them based on the sectors that they support. So these here are those that are multi-sectoral. And then the Green Climate Fund, which is implemented by the agency secretariat. The sectors of interest are energy, forestry, agriculture, water, resilience, and transport. And the beneficiaries are governments in the developing countries, vulnerable communities, and the private sector. Then the Climate Investment Fund is implemented by the World Bank, and their sectors of interest are energy, transport, energy, forestry, and transport. And the beneficiaries can also be the countries, the governments in the developing countries, vulnerable communities, and the private sector. So the scaling climate action by lowering emissions, which is SCALE, is implemented by the World Bank Multi-Dollar Fund, and their sectors of interest are forestry, energy, transport, and the fiscal financial solutions. And the beneficiaries are governments of developing countries. Then the transformative carbon asset system, TCAF, is also implemented by the World Bank, and the sectors of interest are energy, transport, industry, and waste management. And the beneficiaries can be governments, the private sector, or government or the private sector. Next slide, please. So moving on to the sector-specific ones, those that mostly focus on AFOLU, we have the joint mitigation and adaptation, which is implemented by the national governments with support from UNFCCC and the GCF. And the beneficiaries here can be local and indigenous communities, forest-dependent populations, and national governments as well. So the Biocarbon Fund initiative for sustainable forest landscapes is implemented by the World Bank too, and the beneficiaries can be governments, local communities, and private sector in the target countries. The Forest Carbon Partnership Facility is implemented by the World Bank, and the beneficiaries can be either governments or local communities. Next slide, please. Then the Lowering Emissions by Accelerating Forest Finance, LEAF Coalition, is implemented by Emergent. The commissioner mentioned this yesterday, a public-private tax-exempt entity based in the US, and the beneficiaries are governments in the tropical We'll just wait for them to set up and also take shelter. Someone has said we are happy to blame climate change. Where had I reached? Yes, I think I had just completed leave. So next is enhancing. Thank you. Enhancing access to benefits while lowering emissions, enable, also implemented by the World Bank, and the beneficiaries are vulnerable communities, women, forest and forest dependent people. Next slide, please. So the other schemes are those that are only focused on energy or mostly focused on energy. And here we have the Carbon Initiative for Development, which is implemented by the World Bank and focuses on rural electrification and clean cooking. And the benefits, the beneficiaries are low-income households and rural communities. And then the next ones under the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company that I mentioned in the first slide. These are those that handle clean cooking solutions. The clean cooking solutions is a scheme. And under this, there are 23 pre-qualified service companies that offer services in EPCs, electric pressure cookers, biogas, ethanol, or the liquid petroleum gas. In the off-grid solar products scheme, there are about 35 pre-qualified service companies that offer services in solar lamps and home solar systems. And then the productive use of renewable energy technologies have 29 companies that are pre-qualified, and these focus on industrial use of energy. So they provide solar water pumps, solar powered refrigerators, and solar water heaters. So like I said, there are more details of this provided in the annexes. Then in aviation, we have just one scheme, which also was mentioned yesterday. That is carbon offsetting and reduction scheme for international aviation, COSIA, which is implemented by the International Civil Aviation Organization. And as would be expected, the beneficiaries of this scheme are the international airlines. I'll end here. Thank you. I'll now hand over the microphone to Tinisa.
Disclaimer, I'm not Tinisa, but he has stepped out, so I'll proceed on this. The third task was to look at the challenges that these entities face. Again, that's an overview, but we shall get the details. Tinisa, they handed over to you, so next slide as he approaches.
Okay. Can I see those who can hear me very well by show of hands? Excellent. So we spoke to a number of you, and these are some of the challenges you raised that need to be addressed. Under technical challenges, there's an issue of knowledge gap in project development. Many of our people do not know how to prepare these projects that are bankable, whether in government, but also among non-state actors. We still hire international experts to design for us these projects. We're also very weak in the area of verification and validation. I think we have been talking about this very much, the VVBs. We also have a challenge in the area of limited validation and verification bodies. Within Africa, we just have a handful. In Uganda, we don't know anybody who falls under that category that you can hire. If they are there, then they are registered as internationals. Of course, the other is the location of our projects. Most of them are in very remote areas that are difficult to access. I don't have the slides here, so you'll quickly look at them. Take your seat. You are multitasking. Okay. Do we wait for 1 minute? Okay. The rain has stopped. This has nothing to do with me coming on the floor. But we also have that capacity, just in case you need those services of stopping when there is a function. Anthony Tugaineyo, not Olim, need to market me on that. Can we use that? Because I think he's struggling to. In the interest of time, we shall use the computer here as he fixes that. So still under technical, we have human resource constraints. We still experience poor coordination of climate and carbon governance. I think the gentleman from Gulu, Kijani, who did mention the number of actors for his project, the list you gave probably is even not exhaustive. So we don't have a system to coordinate all these several actors. Fortunately or unfortunately, we have to engage all of them for our credits to be credible. So we don't have a clear system to ensure that there is coordination. Then limited understanding of the process. I even myself who teaches these courses that skill people who are going to develop carbon projects. Each time I attend a meeting, I am learning something new. The Roberts and Medi who attend big conventions, rather who attend the conference of parties will always come with the new ideas. So understanding the process keeps changing. Limited specialized courses in academic institutions. There are not so many universities or technical schools that are teaching these basics of developing these projects. And limited understanding of financial instruments. Many of our people do not have a fair understanding of what it takes to access certain RBFs in the most effective way. Next. Okay. Under financial challenges, we have limited awareness on the use of market instruments, because the whole idea of selling credits is based on you relying on the willingness of people to pay for the services that your forests or trees are providing. So many of our people have limited understanding of how these instruments can be applied, especially in government. Then we have barriers to market access. The international markets that are booming, whether it's in California or in Canada or in the European Union, how to access them, you still find an intermediary. You don't know which intermediary is the most suitable. So most of the local actors have to rely on intermediaries who understand the market, and that has implications on how much we can get. Absence of regional carbon markets. In other countries, they have developed their regional markets. So you don't struggle very much with the international market. Locally here, East Africa, we don't know which market can be considered as booming. Once in a while you'll hear of East African Conference on Carbon Markets, but it's a conference, it ends at a conference. So we may need to also look at that. The heavy initial investments, just developing the project requires you to hire experts. So, and we don't have a scenario where government or a donor can give you upfront capital. A few donors will support some projects by paying through ex ante, but that's still not initial capital. It's still part of your your revenue, because they are paying it just before you start generating the credits. Most of the climate finance is delivered, they are project-based. So when the project ends 4, 5 years, 6 years, you struggle to sustain it. And partly we have had challenges or people writing about our projects. When they are maybe in the 10th year, you see people, the participants struggling to survive under that project. Prohibitive costs of verification and validation. Assuming you took me to participate in verification and validation somewhere in Kabong, if your project is in Kabong, I have to stay in a very nice hotel. That will be your cost. I might need to fly because I'm fearing to drive on the road because of the insecurity. So all those are costs that you have to pay for someone who is involved in verification and validation. And not so many are able to do that. The Act provides for a climate fund, which with the people we spoke to think could be used to help in mobilizing domestic funds for carbon projects. Okay, next. On operational challenges, operational means the day-to-day. We still have a challenge of our credits being credible from Uganda. So when you don't have a system, a framework that can confirm to a buyer that these credits are credible, like you don't have a registry, we're still relying on the international one and the goodwill. So that affects the competitiveness. There are countries that have already established their registry, so their credits are credible. You don't struggle to explain very much about these credits. Data limitations, if you are prepared, like I think Mehdi did mention, you need baseline studies to be done when you're designing your project. So where do you go? Do you go to the NFA to get these baselines? If you go there, do they have all the data that you need? And then we still have challenges of the models to use to estimate emissions from the different drivers. You'll have models maybe for deforestation, you'll not have for forest degradation and the other activities of REDD+. I think you had Mehdi explain the whole process. It's extremely complex and bureaucratic. And once you have a lot of bureaucracy in a process, it creates room for corruption, becomes very burdensome, and people avoid it. And of course, delays. And like the Minister of Finance usually says, money fears noise. So there will be noise on your credits. And people might run away from your projects. External design of projects, we got this from some stakeholders, some actors. The majority of the projects we are implementing, especially those funded by development partners, they are designed somewhere, I don't want to say in Washington or in Paris or in Brussels, implemented somewhere in Africa, and then it's okay. Let's try them also in Uganda. So here you are implementing something that was not, that lacks the local context. But just because it was designed in Brussels, implemented in Harare, then we try it also in Uganda. So that's a big problem in terms of integrating the local context. At policy and institutional level, we also have some challenges. The institutional weaknesses and regulatory delays. I'm trying to be very diplomatic here. Most of the lead agencies that they have talked about in the regulations, if you try them, if you just tried them today to help you to implement these regulations, you'll observe that there are some structural issues within those agencies, but also capacity-wise, for them to do what they are expected to do, there will be need for a lot of soul searching. Then we still have overlaps, but I think this is being handled. Maybe Bob at some stage will talk about it. Minister of Water and Environment, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, who is in charge? because all monies that come are supposed to be, Minister of Finance is in charge. And then the Minister of Water or CCD, you do the technical things. When the money is coming, it goes to finance. And that has implications on if we don't have a clear system of coordinating. But now we are going to add other ministries when you look at the regulations we have. Of course, lack of guidelines for social justice, especially in the area of equitable benefit sharing. You've had the regulations require that you provide a framework through which you will ensure fair benefit sharing with the communities, not just the participants, but even the community where you're implementing the project. So there is no guidance on what is considered to be the most equitable and fair. We usually like to use the example of revenue sharing under Uganda Wildlife Authority. They call it revenue sharing. I call it get collection sharing, because they only share what they collect at the gate. But we know that almost 80% or 85% of the revenue is not the gate collection. It is what you do in the park, not so. So we should share the whole package, not only the gate collection. But when you don't have a framework guiding that, then they are at liberty to choose what to share and what not to share. Limited political will, here we have to qualify it. It's mainly in terms of fiscal incentives and financing. Anyone who is involved in growing trees or in participating in these projects, we know that there's a lot of initial investment. So you need support, you need government support in terms of certain fiscal incentives, whether it's through taxation, tax holidays and so on. You don't see them. Yet what you are doing gives credit to the country. When you have a project that is sequestering carbon or helping in the mitigation, it is Uganda that will be showing off on how much they've been able to reduce. But if you look at what they are providing to whoever is doing it, there isn't really much. Next. Is that okay? Limited private sector engagement. The private sector is always very cautious to go into things that are not very clear. I know Kiza is from private sector, but there are not many green resources that are willing to get into a business that is not well defined. So they are very uncertain on the profitability. How much do I earn from these projects? Carbon credits, the prices are still very low. So how do we attract more? We shall look at the interventions. So they are a bit uncertain on the profitability of these projects, and then the bureaucratic design requirements. I think Simon was raising it earlier on. Now that we have regulations that describe what is supposed to be done, people are even going to get more scared probably. Okay. Lack of a national carbon registry. I think I talked about this. If you don't have a registry, it means there's a possibility of double counting. And once investors or buyers start to suspect that your credits are not credible in terms of ensuring that there is no double counting, they will go to markets where they are certain that there's a registry and you can access it freely. And the other objective was, what do we need to do in terms of recommendations? Again, just like the challenges, we have them under 4 categories: technical, financial, operational, and then policy and institutional. Okay, next. Okay, under technical recommendations, we need to strengthen the local technical capacity, especially in the area of project design, carbon accounting, validation, and verification. If we do not have our own people, if we don't build the capacity of our nationals, we can't rely on internationals to do all this, because it will be very expensive, and therefore these projects will be costly to implement. And then we need to also institutionalize capacity building. Most of the capacity building we have is usually short workshops, meetings. We need to put them in our institutions of learning, maybe as short courses for people who are involved in designing or who are working as intermediaries. And we also need to do more of the triple Ps, promote public-private collaboration in capacity building. Government alone might not be able to do this, so we need to have more of triple Ps for capacity building. In the area of finance, we need to have tailored financial instruments and incentives. If it is about the tax regime, if it's about rebates, tax rebates, if it's about other incentives that the Ministry of Finance could consider, especially when people are starting off, and these need to be flexible at the different stages. If you are just starting, maybe to plant, if it's a forest, there could be an arrangement for such a project. We could also target the microfinance institutions, much as their interest rates are usually very high. But this is and these are institutions that could be considered. Raise awareness on climate financing mechanisms. When you talk about GCF, it's usually the big NGOs that understand what GCF requires and many other schemes that they talked about. So how do we raise awareness among the different categories of our society on the available resources or mechanisms and what criteria they need, rather are required to follow? We need also to address these entry barriers. MED is not here. So some people think these regulations are really entry barriers. So how do we ensure that we make them as enablers, not really barriers? Okay. We could also consider in that case concession or project development grants from different sources. We need to operationalize the climate fund, which is provided for in the Act. This will help in bridging this fund will act as a bridge between project development and then the RBCF payment. So they give you money and then you pay based on your performance. You pay back based on your performance, or you're given money based on your performance. At operational level, by the time we consulted most of you, the regulations are not yet out. For some reason, they were moving very slowly, but finally they are here. So we need to operationalize them. And operationalizing means we need to have a strategy on how we're going to do this to make sure that everyone appreciates what we have. You could hear the questions which were being raised here. It clearly shows that we need more awareness raising and domesticating these regulations. And especially in the area of validation and the verification, we don't have those boards. We also need to, the lead agencies, I'm imagining how many lead agencies are aware of these regulations, yet we have given them a lot of responsibilities in the process of implementing these projects. If we are to achieve emission reductions here, we need baseline studies. Who is going to do them? That's a question that we can always answer. Because if, for instance, you want to implement all the 5 REDD+ activities, up to now, I think it is only, you can only implement addressing deforestation. Addressing forest degradation might be still complicated, but Bob probably will respond to that. Whether we can do the entire suite, the 5 activities, do we have baselines to help us, to enable us implement all the 5 REDD+ activities in terms of baselines? If we have that, then the market will be able to know whether, one, your credits are credible, but also whether you're contributing to additionality. Then the third, we need to recognize and prepare for upfront costs requirements, because we know that these projects require resources beyond just the preparation phase. So that's also something that we may need to consider. For instance, having long-term commitments by the project proponents would be, is that all? At policy and institutional level, we need to foster multi-stakeholder collaborations. We've put here, normally people stop at PPP, but we need to, in our view, we think we should have more public, private, community partnerships. So all the 3, the private, the government, the government, the private sector, and the community partnerships. And that might require some reforms in our laws to facilitate or to foster these engagements, these partnerships. So if we do that, there's a lot that we can gain from the synergies that exist in each of these entities, but also the strength that each of them have. But apart from that, the credibility of our credits will be improved. We need to align carbon initiatives with national goals. If you want the government to support your initiative, then they have to check whether it's provided for in in the national frameworks. This could be the NDC, it could be the Vision 2040 that we have, or the plans that we make every 5 years. That's something that is required if you want government support in terms of finances. But also for NDC, if your projects are contributing directly to the NDC, then you'll have more international partners considering joining you. A policy environment that is supportive is critical. It could be the laws, it could be the policies themselves. And the easiest pathway is looking at these regulations that Mehdi presented today. We need to operationalize them, but we also need to work towards making sure that people appreciate them. But if we look at them as barriers, they will be resisted. All right, this should be the last slide, I think. Then I call you up. So what do we get from this study? The non-state actors, which was our interest to know which non-state actor is involved in this field. We see lots of consultants, people who are preparing these projects, people who are doing the verification, people who are doing the validation. They are dominating. And then we have many NGOs and companies. We have associations, we have cooperatives being the least. Associations of communities or cooperatives, they are not well represented. Most of them are involved in generating credits and providing technical support. And when you look at the sectors, it's mostly energy and follow. The other sectors are not well represented, especially waste management. Not many people are involved in waste management, yet it is one of our biggest opportunity. Then in terms of geographical distribution, follow is almost everywhere. It covers most parts of the country. Eastern, Central, Western, okay? Then in terms of schemes, we're aware there are many schemes out there, but GCF seems to be the most dominating. And most of their projects are in a follow. So the question is, why are they not looking at the other sectors? Much as our NDC has other sectors that are prioritized. Locally, we have TGB, which is one of the schemes and the cooperative of local farmers. We also have some energy schemes, but still these are not typically by non-state actors because most of them are under the P with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Okay, I think that's it. Challenges, okay. We also had a conclusion. Most of the challenges are technical capacity. Okay, and then the heavy initial investments. You need a lot of money to, just like any other forest-related project. These carbon projects require resources. And then a complex and bureaucratic verification process. Of course, we shouldn't celebrate that the process is very complex and bureaucratic. We have to find ways of making it easy. Then institutional weaknesses and bureaucratic delays. How long does it take for the department to clear you and so on? So what do we need to do in terms of recommendations? The key ones, we need to strengthen our local technical capacity. We need to address the issue of barriers related to finances and the technical entry. We have to establish these bodies, the validation and verification bodies, because those are crucial for credits to be considered. And then a supportive policy and legal environment, especially through those fiscal incentives and making it easy to implement. That all? All right, that's it. All right, I am seeing who has not clapped.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for that. Ladies and gentlemen, that makes the current findings or the draft findings that we've put together. I don't know if we want to have questions now because the next activity is to caucus in our small groups. there are some questions at the end that we would love you to discuss within the small groups so that we generate more information to beef up this report and also propel us to the strategy and roadmap development. Because this report is foundational to the strategy and roadmap for our result-based financing. I know the rain is also out there. I don't know if people on the same table are able to hear each other. Is that possible? Okay. So if that's possible, if you go to the last slide on this, I propose that we had thought of making 2 groups, but I propose that we form 4 groups. Then the 2 groups will share questions. If you go to the last. Yeah. There's a slide after, thank you. Yes. So we have questions that would love us to discuss. So the first 2 questions are on, okay, I'll just read them. So we want to get your feel looking at the report that was shared, but also what we have presented. Do you feel there is a category of non-state entities or actors that has not been captured? That we can, it's not too late, we can include it. Then in terms of the schemes, the different schemes that she presented, are they exhaustive? Are there those that have been left out? So that's within the first question. But also the kind of profiling or categorization that we have done. Do you think is that exhaustive, or is there information that you're not seeing in this report which you feel would inform better our result-based financing strategy and roadmap? Remember where we are heading. So if that information is not captured, then it will not be represented in the strategy and roadmap. Then for 3 and 4, we want the other 2 groups to handle the challenges. If there are any challenges that non-state entities are experiencing, which have not been captured so far, again, please raise them. Similarly to the support mechanism. We don't want to call them recommendations, but what support mechanism, other support mechanisms that can aid our non-state entities to actively participate in result-based payments or financing. So members, 4 groups so that we can listen to one another. The 2 groups will share 1 and 2, and the other 2 groups will share 3 and 4. Should we do that? So splitting from here, okay. Scovia, you're proposing something. When it comes from a lady, people will accept very fast. So these 2 tables. Scovia, are you saying that these 2 tables should form a group? Okay. So here, here, and here. So that's 3 groups, 3 tables. 1, 2, 3. Then also those 3, that's another group. And then I also suspect that these 3 tables will also form a group, and the other 3. Okay, 4. Members, let's do this so that we do not stand in between this place and the lunch that is about to be served. No, these 3 and those 3. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So since we have 4 groups, let's have this group handle 1. Tell us if there is any entity or any scheme that has not been captured. Okay. Let me ask her to send the document. So that will be for this. Then the group over here, the forces of attraction are not happening here. There is a problem. The groups are not merging. These two. So select the group chairs so that there is the accountability. So this will handle question 2. Okay. Of the information that has been presented on entities and schemes, is there anything that you feel has been left out or you would have loved to see in the profiling? Okay. That's done. The other group is forming very fast, so I'll give it its question so that they start. So you'll handle question 3 on the any other challenges or barriers that these non-state entities could be experiencing as they pursue the result-based financing. And ultimately, this will handle question 4. And Gasta, you're the chair for this group.
Where are you dictating?
Ah.
What if they want another one?
Okay. Democracy has been evoked. Members, let's share on those 4 questions. This will be for the good of the report, but also we shall have a stronger and more comprehensive strategy and roadmap for the result-based climate financing. Again, I have to put a disclaimer that, you know, result-based financing is pretty broad. You have it in health, you have it in education, but we focused on aspects climate financing. So I'll stop using the microphone so that the groups can caucus and have more intimate conversations.
Just brief, to add on something before you start, it would be really good if the rapporteurs would type out the comments that are being made. But also you have a hard copy of the document on your tables. If you make any edits on there, you can give them to us. So feel free to make any edits on the document itself and then you hand it over to us. Thank you. You should have moved with it from your table.
If you don't have the hard copy, please notify so that we can avail. There were a number on our tables.
Very expensive. Actually, they are the least expensive ones that you can't do. People fear the big one. You know that they will catch that. This is my one. There. There. You have to scan. Email. There. There. Like How are you? Have you seen Atema today? You see your friend? You know, a con, a kilo. Hey, I'm not ready.
Guide the message, like the capture, not writing, so I put pattern against the boss. Pattern. Put the pattern location instead of pattern location. Instead of okay. Sana sana. Elezee. Yeah.
Don't give me money. So I think near there, I don't think it's 50%.
Why would you? I don't recommend it. Don't spend your life. Technical guidance. You see when there's a grocery, my finger feels where my food was. They will have a grocery and I need to assign a little. Okay. I need to go back to the that is taken as a group. By get them. But now, I don't know. Then, but then,
Check. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. I would love us to agree that we pause the discussion so that we don't miss lunch. So thank you very much for the discussions that have been ongoing. I would love to request that we have 5 minutes per group to share the highlights of the discussion. If that's agreeable, I'll start with group 1. Give us the highlights of the discussion. We shall get the details. We shall get the details later. Who is representing this group? But the members, let's listen to this group so that we know that they have captured our interests. Please share the highlight of the discussion. We shall get the details from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is group 1. We're handling question 1 to look at the non-state actors that we think were left out. And be brief, I will say we found that about 46 were left out from our discussion. 46 of them were identified by the team, and these include NGOs, companies, especially that are in energy, agroforestry, water. Yes. So basically, there were 45, and they were in energy, agroforestry, and water, companies and NGOs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Group 1, for that. Please share that via that email so that we get to see the details and follow through. Group 2, let's kindly get the highlight of the discussion that you had. The one that handled question 2. You are still negotiating on who should speak. Okay, group 3 should be preparing, and then group 4. Quickly. Just the highlight.
Our question was, what category of information should be added in the profiling of the non-state entities and schemes? What can be added is, need to know the status of funding to be clarified, need to emphasize the market financing instruments. Then on page 45 in the table, the first entity or even other entities mentioned on the column of area of engagement stated as carbon credit generators. The list of NGOs are not exhaustive. So we are suggesting more NGOs can be included on the list. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The team that handled question 2, that will.
As for group 3, we ended question 3, which says, what are the challenges stroke barriers of non-state entities in accessing and implementing result-based climate financing in Uganda? We consider technical, financial, and operational and policy stroke institutional. Under technical challenges, we have accessing technology and applying. This is through user finding of technologies. We have limited access of information among all stakeholders. And under financial challenges, we have unclear finance in the management, that is statutory and non-statutory. Then another point was financial risks, that is through insurance. We have also low profitability due to large number of brokers. That's all for financial challenges. And under operational challenges, we have interest, bankroll of the processes, lack of capacity to operationalize processes, access to data stroke information share, that is through gender disaggregated data. We have also lack of support from the target community and the other relevant stakeholders. Then under policy stroke institutionals, we have lack of stakeholder engagement in all decision-making processes. Then lastly, exclusion of cultural decisions. That's all for group 3. Thank you.
A round of applause to group 3. Thank you very much. Finally, group 4. And then I hand over to the official moderator, and then she will tell us what we do thereafter.
Yes, good afternoon again. Since I'm the last presenter, I won't take a lot of time. We handled the other support mechanisms, which are policy, financial, technical, and operational, that we believe will improve access and implementation of results-based climate financing in Uganda. Technically, local technical capacity building, which is inclusive for most vulnerable groups in the community, would ease access to results-based financing, and then strengthening data collection through standardized templates and enhancing monitoring and results verification systems in tracking emissions reductions, continuous networking and benchmarking with international bodies, strengthening community stakeholder engagement, strengthening collaborations and cooperation across the lead agencies of government in Uganda, strengthening and promoting climate-smart agricultural production and businesses in Uganda, and carrying out tailored capacity building in improved waste management for private sector actors. And then for financial support mechanisms, we have incentives for the private sector actors, financial capacity building for private actors through proposal and business idea generation trainings. We have tax incentives for private actors involved in results-based financing projects, and then integration of REDD+ development plans in the government central development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Group 4, from my team, we would love to sincerely say thank you for the contribution, for the discussion, and we can confirm that we shall integrate what has been raised. Kindly do remember to share the details on the 2 email addresses that have been shared on the screen, and then we shall have everything integrated. I do not want to be the reason why this workshop ends. So I'm looking for the moderator, but I'm not seeing her. Okay, Robert, you're here. Don't want people to say, he ended our workshop.
Thank you so much. Can we applaud ourselves? We are going to go into closing. I am just looking for the SC. And then we're going to formal closing. Colleagues at the Secretariat, can you notify SC and Climate Change Department that we have closed? And as we close, we are supposed to have an assessment of this meeting, but it's going to be sent to your emails, and then you will assess from the knowledge whether you think it was relevant, the hotel, the location, because we really value stakeholder input. You are the reason we are here. We do not consult if we are just going to talk to ourselves. So as we go into this closing, I know lunch is just on the door. Let me consult, then I come back. So I will not be standing in front of you after this. This is why I had to consult. So today marks the end of our capacity building meeting on reporting and other associated tasks. And these are part of the series of capacity building initiatives and the technical assistance of UN REDD, extended to the REDD Plus Secretariat to ensure and expedite compliance with the art crediting program and the TREES standard. There are going to be a number of initiatives that are remaining. We'll have a capacity building workshop, another one, but it will be on something I would like Commissioner to speak about. That's the Assistant Commissioner for Forestry. Nesting, you heard of nesting. So it will be good also to have our heads roll on nesting. We will also have a dialogue. We are planning a dialogue still on markets, especially market-based mechanisms, to expand the discussion you had with the Assistant Commissioner Adaptation and Mitigation on the regulations. Remember, that's not only market mechanism we are looking at. There are also taxes. So we look forward to having this dialogue this month, if all goes well. And we will be engaging a number of you still in this. In terms of logistics, I'm told we are finalizing this, and as you'll be reaching your destination, mobile monies will be on your registered numbers. That one is sorted. Lunch is provided, so after this closing, you'll just step up to have your lunch. And as I wind up, I want to extend our sincere thanks to the Ministry of Water and Environment. Please, can we clap for them? Clapping for the ministry because it showed solidarity with civil society by extending the trust to Emily to manage or administer its grant, which grant is on the work relating to the UN REDD program in Uganda, which Emily is administering on behalf of the REDD Plus Secretariat. So with that, I want to inform that the closing is going to be as follows. We'll invite the Climate Change Department to make remarks, and later invite the REDD Plus Secretariat, the National Focal Point, to close our meeting. So without further ado, I want to invite the Commissioner, Mr. Semambo, to take us through the journey of now ending our two-day capacity building meeting. Can we join me?
Thank you very much, Robert and the moderator. I think my task is very easy. All what we have gone through today and yesterday is part of capacity building. I will say nobody knows it all. We are also still learning, but it is really important to ensure that the knowledge that we generate out of these processes does not remain with us. And for us, we think that is really very, very important. On the aspect of issues to do with carbon trading, I have already mentioned that the regulations are up and running, but there is still some work to fully operationalize the regulations, which have been mentioned. And once we come to this gathering, it's also giving us some bit of gaps, which we need to work on to ensure that our stakeholders that we are serving meet the required kind of like procedures that can make them fully participate in climate change market mechanism regulations. So what the REDD Plus program has been doing is majorly preparing us all to participate. But Bob will tell you, it is not only those who are dealing in forestry. The carbon business is beyond forestry, but the procedures that governs participation in forestry-related activities is the same procedures that govern participation in the non-forest-related activities in carbon trading. What change is the methodologies that we're going to use. Okay? So we remain all committed to serve one another, but also we are looking towards the collaboration. So thank you very much, WWF, for always enabling us. Thank you very much, Emily, for executing the grant. And thank you very much, Mr. Bob Kazung, the REDD Plus Focal Point for Uganda, for capacity building of our organizations. You know, in the government, everything, it would be very difficult to organize a meeting in 2 days. But when you do this, 2 days, we have this meeting planned for, it happens. And I think this is the spirit that we want to see. People have been saying that the government is not giving us money to do these things, isn't it? This is resources for government through EMI to execute, isn't it? But also, you give us money so that now we can expand the portfolio of engaging our stakeholders. Now, on the aspect of information related to carbon, remain to provide guidance and the referee for the business of carbon trading. So with that, I thank you very much. Allow me to take this opportunity to invite Commissioner Bob Natif to say some words, and officially, Bob Kazung. Sorry, Bob Kazung. No, this one is Zemzung, so Bob Kazung, apologies. You know, you have many Bobs. To say some words, and officially, you close the meeting, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. You know, one time we were in a senior management meeting, then yes, sure, because his driver is called Kazungu, so sometimes we keep. But anyway, and so the permanent secretary at that time pointed at me and said, "You man, you're always traveling out of the country." And that was many years ago. I hadn't been traveling quite a lot at that time. Then I started wondering, is it me who is traveling in my heart? So he was meaning the native of climate change, not me. So that reminds me. But anyway, Mohammed, thank you so much. Wise words as we come to the end of our engagement, our 2-day engagement. I really want to thank all of you for the time you have put in, the knowledge. I could see the discussions were rich, and I'm very sure that the consultants have been able to pick what can enrich the documents that they are preparing, which is for the good of this country anyway. I also pray that you have been able to learn something. I know it's good every time to learn something new. I know Professor Patrick and the others in academia will tell you that, you know, if we can't stop learning unless you have a very big problem. You keep, we should be learning. We should be learning something, and it's good to learn something new. So really, I want to imagine that you have learned something. There are a number of engagements that we shall keep engaging you in under this UN REDD program support. This specific one was on the UNEP component, the safeguards component. But the FAO is also going to arrange a couple of meetings with you to confirm some of those activity data that and validate them, that we are preparing now to enrich the carbon accounting section of the trees registration document. The UNDP has had previously some engagements, but the UNDP will work with UNEP for the dialogues. So you'll see UNDP in combination with UNEP when we start dialoguing with you on the market-based mechanisms and other aspects that are of importance to you. So please just keep your emails open, you know, so that we are able to reach out to you at that opportune moment. I also wish just to mention that capacity building on nesting is just around the corner. We are getting a consultant on board to support us to prepare the nesting for safeguards. But there is the nesting aspect for the carbon accounting side that is also being done by the FAO. So we're trying to see how these can be put together in terms of the engagements and the consultation that we shall be having with you. So that we shall let you know as we get there. I also want to mention that because we keep talking to you and you keep asking us so many questions, and then we give some responses, sometimes people forget about these. We're also preparing an FAQ for these processes, frequently asked questions and answers, just like the one that we shared with you by UNDP on the carbon markets that I think you have received from the Secretariat, just to answer some of the questions. Where does voluntary carbon market align with Article 6? Those kind of questions that keep appearing every other time we're at a meeting. And then questions on nesting that keep coming. We want to prepare some FAQs for that. We've started so that we can share that with you as we move forward. But also, there is something interesting that the REDD Plus is preparing based on these conversations that we have been having today and in the past, what we call a community of practice for REDD Plus. You know, the community of practice is usually, we have seen it at global level and regional level, Africa regional level, but we think that we can also domesticate it to the country. We have the experts here, the professors, the likes of David Chisach and others here. We have quite a lot enough, I think, within the country to respond to questions that are for the country. Sometimes you may have answers for another country, for Uganda, which is not good practice. So we think that we should have a community of practice focused on different aspects of relevance as we move into this results-based payments phase, which is quite interesting in terms of, you know, learnings every time you need to have something new. And then there are global decisions at the COPs that are happening. For those of you who will go to Brazil, to Belém in Brazil, you know very well that we still have some outstanding things that have come out from the B62, the SP62 meetings that have just been concluded in Bonn that have to be concluded. So there's so many new things that keep coming every time on climate change, on carbon trade, and things like that. So I think to me, the community of practice is something that we need to look at, but also there are a number of e-learning webinars that are happening by the UN, FAO, UNEP. Recently, there was one on nesting by FAO and UNEP combined, and many others, UNDP. So please, whenever we get an opportunity, we shall, since we have your contact, we shall be sharing with you some of these opportunities for learning, where you can get an e-certificate. They call them e-certificates. When you learn something, some of them you have to actually do some exam and things like that, but you know, so that you can get acquainted with some of these things. So all these are things that we're trying to do, and very quickly as a REDD Plus Secretariat to have our country really be able to participate, because who knows, I mean, some of you will become the negotiators for the country in the future. Some of you will become the community-led, community facilitators for this carbon trade, which is growing. And so I think it's important that we get this knowledge early enough and keep building on what we have. So as I end, I think that the opportunities are many for capacity building. We just have to be sure that when we ask you to attend, that you can take some time off, and some of them require you to really put in some good energy. The good thing with e-learning webinars is that you can always do it outside the time of your work, and you know, you can select what time you want to do. So to me, I think it's an opportunity that we cannot take for granted, and we hope that we shall be able to all of us to learn something every other time we have an opportunity. Having said all that, I just wish to thank Emily particularly, because Emily has been administering this grant from UNEP since late 2003, early 2004. And at that time, it was a small grant, SSFA. Now it's a PCA. PCA is a larger grant, over $250,000. The other no, small. So now they are in the category of those non-state actors who can even get $1 million or more from UNEP. So every time UNEP may want a non-state actor in Uganda, I'm very sure that Emily will be able to qualify, because they already have a PCA, which is an advantage and things like that. So, and that is one of the ways that government builds capacity of its local institutions. So we are doing our job as civil servants to also build capacity of our institutions, local institutions. So to us, it's a plus, and we don't take that for granted. So I wish you, thank you so much for your time. And let me take this opportunity to adjourn this meeting until the next time we meet. God bless you and safe.